The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. It's here. No more fake news. Straight to jail. You get some handcuffs too. Guantanamo, that's right. Don't bring no propaganda lies to me. The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you. Hush, I sent some rats in here. Deep state no more. Hush, I sent some rats in here. Deep state no more. Hush, I sent some rats in here. Deep state no more. The storm has begun, but will take all year. My patriots, have patience, I hear. For the greatest meet the POTUS in history. Righting the wrongs and turning the tides. The next stage is one that's golden for me and you.
The time to right the wrongs is here. Raise the flag for the beloved big bad of the year. Sit, get comfortable, and have a cold beer. Be patient, all is patriots, the storm is here. They've descended upon us like ants. With one massive plan, all of them began to bring joy to the masses again. If you are a patriot, you have one last chance. He lowered your taxes and brought your jobs back. You knew he would from the jump. Now he's coming for their heads, and then in a flash, the tyrants will be gone. Your taxes and brought your jobs back. You knew he would from the jump. Now he's coming for their heads, and then in a flash, the tyrants will be gone.
Well, good morning, everybody. Just arrived last night back from NATO, 2 days apart from my battle buddy, so it's good to see him this morning. Good to see you, Mr. Chairman.
You too, sir.
Where there was a historic outcome. I want to start with that real quick. I think there's so much news, so many things happening that oftentimes big, momentous moments get missed. What President Trump accomplished in NATO yesterday was game-changing and historic. A shift in burden sharing to European responsibility in NATO that most would have said was impossible at the beginning of his term. But he said NATO needs to pay up. They started in the first term, and here in his second term, we've accelerated that. 32 NATO countries committed to spending 5% of their GDP on defense, on actually investing in the NATO alliance. So I hope with all the ink spilled, all of your outlets find the time to properly recognize this historic change in continental security that other presidents tried to do, other presidents talked about. President Trump accomplished it. It's a huge deal. You see, we're here this morning because in hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and spin stories, this press corps and the press corps miss historic moments. You miss historic moments like 5% at NATO, which when you hear, I was in the closed door briefing. I wish there could have been cameras in there. When you heard the prime ministers and presidents of other countries, to a man and to a woman, looking at President Trump and saying, this never could have happened. Never would have happened. It seemed impossible 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 8 years ago. But here we are because of your leadership. If you ask them the question, I bet they'd say the same thing. But searching for scandals, you miss historic moments like recruiting at the Pentagon. Historic levels in the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Yeah, maybe there'll be a little mention here or there, but because it was under President Trump's leadership, because Americans are responding to him as commander-in-chief, the press corps doesn't want to write about it. Or bring us to the topic of the moment, the highly successful strikes in Iran. Let me read the bottom line here. President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history. And it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary. It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in this particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumptions are what this assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is? That means your entire premise is predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. And yet, and still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage. Again, this is preliminary, but leaked because someone had an agenda to try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't successful. I'm going to get to the chairman in a moment because he's going to lay out the particulars for you based on his professional military experience. But here's what other folks are saying. The DIA that put that report out says that this is a preliminary low confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available. How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post, MSNBC, CNN? Any of these quotes? How about this one? This is a new one from the UN, the United Nations. No friend of the United States, or certainly Israel often. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning. Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word for it. How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years. The Iranian foreign minister, the spokesman, our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure. I'm sure that's an understatement. John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable, very different than preliminary assessment with low confidence. He's saying historically reliable and accurate source and method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, "New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed." Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright, overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. Time and time again, I can go down the list. Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic. And again, before I pass it to the chairman, because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand? How about how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how hard it is to refuel midair? Giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined because your people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that? How about we talk about how special America is, that we have these capabilities? I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans. And it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years, and no other presidents had the courage to actually do. So with that, I want to hand it over to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They've done technical analysis on this, not just on the strike, but also on our Patriot defenders and Al Udeid. And Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, and all of you. Thank you for being here. As a follow-up to my comments on Sunday's press conference, I wanted to give you a few updates this morning on something I'm honored to do as a chairman, and that's a chance to get to talk about some of our service members and the incredible things that they do on behalf of our nation. And I apologize ahead of time for the length and the detail. Today, I'm going to brief you on a couple things. First, I'm going to talk about our air defenders at Al Udeid in Qatar and their actions on Monday. Then I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the academics that went into the attack against Fordo, the massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and we're going to show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday, as the president has stated, on Monday morning, we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the president, at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base, roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator, whose job is to notify you of imminent attack. There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way, you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more chatter in the information space about a pending attack. And as the sun starts to set in the west, you get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle. And you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army. And I know a lot of you have seen the videos online and the excitement as those Patriots departed their launchers and went up and guided. This really demonstrates the combat capability and capacity of our Army air defenders. Simply stated, they absolutely crushed it. If you'd flip this over, thanks. Let me next move to a walkthrough of the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapon and share a little bit about the planners who did this and their work on the weapon. First, let me set the stage for you. There's an organization in the U.S. called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA. DTRA does a lot of things for our nation, but DTRA is the world's leading expert on deeply buried underground targets. In 2009, a Defense Threat Reduction Agency officer was brought into a vault at an undisclosed location and briefed on something going on in Iran. For security purposes, I'm not going to share his name. He was shown some photos and some highly classified intelligence of what looked like a major construction project in the mountains of Iran. He was tasked to study this facility, work with the intelligence community to understand it, and he was soon joined by an additional teammate. For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed this single target, Fordow, a critical element of Iran's covert nuclear weapons program. He studied the geology. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems, every nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in and every piece of equipment going out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work, and they knew from the very first days what this was for. You do not build a multi-layered underground bunker complex with centrifuges and other equipment in a mountain for any peaceful purpose. They weren't able to discuss this with their family, their wives, their kids, their friends, but they just kept grinding it out. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57. They tested it over and over again, tried different options, tried more after that. They accomplished hundreds of test shots and dropped many full-scale weapons against extremely realistic targets for a single purpose: kill this target at the time and place of our nation's choosing. And then, on a day in June of 2025, more than 15 years after they started their life's work, the phone rang and the President of the United States ordered the B-2 force that you've supported to go strike and kill this target. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of spending time with these two Defense Threat Reduction Agency officers who've given so much. One of them said, quote, "I can't even get my head around this. My heart is so filled with the pride of being a part of this team. I am so honored to be a part of this." To you both, thank you, and thank you to your families. Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible work. The air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it. Before I run through this video today, I want to talk a little bit about weaponeering and what goes into an attack. Weaponeering is the science of evaluating a target. I mentioned all of those factors before that these two DTRA officers had thought about. Ultimately, weaponeering is determining the right weapon and fuse combination to achieve the desired effects and maximum destruction against a target. In the case of Fordo, the DTRA team understood with a high degree of confidence the elements of the target required to kill its functions, and the weapons were designed, planned, and delivered to ensure that they achieve the effects in the mission space. By the way, in the beginning of its development, we had so many PhDs working on the MOP program, doing modeling and simulation, that we were quietly and in a secret way the biggest users of supercomputer hours within the United States of America. So let me talk about the graphic a little bit. And the GBU-57, which all of you I know is a 30,000 pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these three holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with two additional ventilation shafts on either side. The United States decided to strike these two ventilation shafts, as seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordo, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were. The planners had to account for this. They accounted for everything. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets or one of the preceding weapons did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said, hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like. Hopefully you can see it and there's not too much reflection. Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom. Keep it going for a minute. You'll see inside the mission space. Unlike a normal surface bomb, you won't see an impact crater. because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure. In this case, the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast, ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware. The majority of the damage we assessed based on our extensive modeling was a blast layer combined with the impulse extending from the shock. Imagine what this looks like 6 times over. A point that I want to make here: the Joint Force does not do BDA. By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does. But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes on Fordo. First, that the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. 2, the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. 3, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. 4, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. And we know this through other means, intelligence means that we have, that were visibly, we were visibly able to see them. And we know that the trailing jets saw the first weapons function, and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight." Let me now turn to the bomber crews themselves, give you a few details about them. The crews that attacked Fordo were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I will state for the record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School. There were male and female aviators on this mission. And a crew member told me when I talked to them on video the other day that this felt like the Super Bowl, the thousands of scientists, airmen, and maintainers all coming together. One last story about people. When the crews went to work on Friday, they kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home. Late on Saturday night, their families became aware of what was happening. And on Sunday, when those jets returned from Whiteman, their families were there. Flags flying and tears flowing. I have chills literally talking about this. The jets rejoined into a formation of 4 airplanes, followed by a formation of 3, and came up overhead Whiteman, proudly in the traffic pattern, pitching out to land right over the base, and landing to the incredible cheers of their families who sacrifice and serve right alongside their family members. Like I said, there were a lot of flags and a lot of tears. One commander told me this is a moment in the lives of our families that they will never forget. That, my friends, is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our Joint Force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves. And one last thing, our adversaries around the world should know that there are other DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time, and will continue to do so. Thank you very much. I apologize for the length. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just thank you, by the way, for that extensive work, the lay down. I mean, even, do you have that laser pointer? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, squaring me away as always. I mean, even in just public reporting, if you see the post-strike shaft of the 3 holes, the vast majority, and fairly so, the vast majority of speculation has been, those are the 3 strike points. When in actuality, what you realize is these are the vents, these are the caps. The first munition took the cap off, and the other 5 went down the center hole, which if you're planning the target, you would want it to be the direct one going to the bottom. These are the types of things that go into the planning for a strike that the Pentagon would not expect the press corps, the American people, to initially understand. So laying this information out is helpful. But it's also why we ask for a beat, for a moment, for a day or two, the opportunity to tell that story. Because as the chairman said, these men and women that did this mission, they just want to do their job. They're not expecting their story to be told. They're not expecting the glory. They are grateful for the flags and the hugs of family. That's why they do the job. But they also know they were part of something historic. We know how historic it was. The chairman does. I know. Our staffs know. And so that's why we are, and the president of the United States knows. And that's why it's almost personal when we see the way in which leaks are used to try to disparage the outcome or muddy the waters about the impact of what happened without being responsible with information and allowing the professionals to assess and provide that information just like the chairman did. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that information. And we welcome a few additional questions. Yes, sir.
General, on Sunday, you said final battle damage will take some time. And you also said, I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there at the nuclear facility. So that was just over 3 days ago. So what has changed? Would you use the term obliterated as well?
Sure. Like I said, we don't do BDA. I'll refer that to the intelligence community. And
You're talking with them. I mean, what changed in the past 3 days and make you so,
sir, I think I said.
I think I explained what changed. There was a great deal of irresponsible reporting based on leaks, preliminary information in low confidence. Again, when someone leaks something, they do it with an agenda. And when you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion that makes it seem like maybe the strike wasn't effective, then you start a news cycle, whether it's the Washington Post or Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, you start a news cycle that starts to call into question the ethics. No, that's why. So you bring the chairman here, who's not involved in politics. He didn't do politics. That's my lane to understand and translate and talk about those types of things. So I can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroyed, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of, which anyone with, two eyes, some ears, and a brain can recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect. So we all recognize there will be days and weeks ahead. That's why yesterday I said, if you want to know what's going on at Fort O, you better go there and get a big shovel, because no one's under there right now. No one's under there able to assess, and everyone's using reflections of what they see. And that's why the Israelis, the Iranians, the IAEA, the UN, to a man and to a woman who recognize the capability of this weapon system, are acknowledging how destructive it's been. So that's what's changed.
Just 3 or 4 days later. What
See, this is a point. This is how difficult it is to actually manage. You just watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. That's where we find our confidence, is in the skill of men and women and the capability of the systems they employed, and the recognition so far in the reflections that it was a highly successful mission.
Sure, I think you could. I'd say go out. The IC should be able to help you answer that question. They look at a variety, as the secretary has alluded to. We look at a variety of things. I don't do that. They do. All different sources of intel, which I'd refer you to them to get clarity on the instance.
So again, I go back to the IC, whether it's Director Radcliffe or ODNI Gabbard. I read the statements at the beginning. They're the ones aggregating the intelligence, and they're saying nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over a number of years. Facilities were destroyed. What do we got right here?
Sir, you cited a body of credible intelligence to suggest that the damage at Fort O and other places. What is that referring to, and when can we see it?
I was reading from the CIA director's statement, which came out last night. CIA, again, they do the BDA, they do the assessment. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates, it also goes on to say, new intelligence from historically reliable and accurate sources and methods. Now, you can imagine the CIA director is going to be very careful about how he articulates things of that sensitivity. Classified, secret, top secret, compartmentalized. He's going to know things that you're not going to know, that the press isn't going to know. And he's reflecting that the sources he's seeing are highly credible. They've given credible intelligence. They or those processes have given credible intelligence in the past. And that's what he's basing it on.
You think we need to see that?
Do you have a top secret clearance, sir?
Eventually,
Okay.
the American public wants
Yes,
to
sir.
see it.
Yes. Yeah,
I
you.
wanted to ask briefly just
No,
if
not you. Checkered shirt.
Oh.
There.
So Mike Glenn with the Washington Times.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Anybody who's ever read a Battalion S2 report after a fight knows that the initial report is usually wrong, sometimes grossly so. Has what happened in this incident caused y'all to sort of rethink the intelligence process or the dissemination, or do you think it's just if the process itself doesn't require any more adjustment?
Well, I can tell you what the chairman told me in the Situation Room and reminded us all, which is alongside what you just said, sir, is that the first reports are almost always wrong. They're almost always incomplete, right? Anything, whether it's a squad level operation or a strategic level operation, the initial reflections you get are coming at you at a high rate of speed from a lot of different sources. So your job is to step back and assess them. And that's why we're urging caution about premising entire stories on biased leaks to biased publications trying to make something look bad. How about we take a beat, recognize first the success of our warriors, hold them up, tell their stories, celebrate that, wave an American flag, be proud of what we accomplished. And in the meantime, I can assure you, the chairman and his staff, the intelligence community, our staff and others are doing all the assessments necessary to make sure that mission was indeed successful. Yes, right there.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Iran has recognized that their nuclear program was indeed severely damaged, but they also said that the U.S. strikes only strengthened their ability and their determination to complete their nuclear program. How do you respond to that, sir? Is that a provocation from Iran?
Well, I would say Iran's going to have to say a lot of things right now in order to bolster their image, especially internally. In the media, there's a lot of things they'll say for domestic consumption. But we're watching very closely what they do. Again, that's the intel community. Our job as the chairman, the chairman laid it out so beautifully. Our job is to be prepared. And how proud are you? How proud am I? I didn't know the full story of those men and women 15 years ago who've been pointing at that target. That makes me proud to be an American. That's an awesome story. I hope we can tell more aspects of that in an unclassified way in the future. That's a great thing to know. Our job is to be prepared when the commander-in-chief calls based on those assessments. So, of course, our IC, the Intelligence Committee, will keep watching what Iran does and pay attention to that. But the president has created the contours, the opportunity for a deal, for peace, in something that the world said was intractable, that wasn't possible. And we got that peace, that ceasefire, that option because of strength, because of his willingness to use American military might that no one else on the planet can do with the kind of planners and operators that the chairman just laid out. Yes, sir. Right there. Yep.
Yes, sir. Just a quick question. There's public imagery available saying that highly enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the strikes. Is that accurate? Have you seen that? And Mr. Chairman, a question for you. Have you been pressured to change your assessment or give a more rosy intelligence assessment to us by any political factors, whether it's the president or the secretary? And if you were, would you do that?
Yeah, well, that one's easy. No, no, I have not. And no, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and then take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them. I've never been pressured by the president or the secretary to do anything other than tell them exactly what I'm thinking. And that's exactly what I've done.
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit in those locations.
That's not the question, though. It's about highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst, the one who misrepresents the most intentionally. What the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night, and in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging
You have
that this was
issues
the most successful
I did.
mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So
Absolutely.
we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Why not acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission? The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. Very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots. And I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed priorities. And we don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes,
So
it's
you
right
know
there.
for certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise. Yes.
Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and just off the top, want to say we're grateful for the service of these pilots and everybody that serves. I wanted to ask you, the CIA statement said, when possible, they will provide updates and information to the public for transparency, and I believe that's what we're looking for here. Do you commit to share the Defense Intelligence Agency report when it is ready, so the American people can understand more about the intelligence assessment?
Well, actually the report that was discussed, this preliminary report, was what's called a restrike report. So it comes to us to give us an assessment whether a target would need to be restruck, right? That's the reason why. So it's based on internal feedback loop that we're supposed to have access to. Unfortunately, someone took advantage of that. But whatever is supposed to be made public will be, but whatever has to stay sensitive.
Sir, can I just jump in? You know, one of the things that I'm trying to do through this journey that we're on together, of course, transparency, but also the requirement to really protect these capabilities. I guess time's up. So there's a balance in there, right? We do need to preserve options should the nation and the joint force be tasked to go do something again. So I'm confident we'll find the middle ground, but there are some things that if asked, I want to not release related to.
So we're going to leave it right there. I want to thank the heroism of our men and women in the military. What they accomplished is truly historic, setting back the Iranian nuclear program untold number of years. It was a devastating attack. We appreciate you covering it. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Chairman. Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about the role, sir.
Yeah, these guys are gonna walk away, and we're just keep asking fucking questions, even though we know that they don't have any more time for us right now. But we're just gonna throw questions out there. But I couldn't get my question answered. You ever notice that that's what they do? Okay, they get mad because they don't stop leaving or doing whatever, you know, in order to here. Let's do this. Let me move you over there. That way there it looks like you're looking at me and I look like I'm looking absolutely nowhere in your direction. I think I got to turn this way in order to look at you. All right. Okay. So I wanted to start with this morning because I think there were a lot of valid points put on there. Thank you, Dan Scavino, for sharing the entirety of that. I was glad to be able to catch that this morning and be able to run with it. Now, there was one other thing came up in regards to this. Okay. And I want to see if I can find it real quick. Let's see if I can find it. But there was, it was, I'm glad you guys can't see my screen rolling like it is. The acts of the media and what they are continuously doing with trying to create some type of downplay to everything, every move that Trump makes, and the spinning of the stories in order to try and just this consistency in demeaning Trump and his decisions over and over and over and over and over again. And it's like, enough is enough. Okay. And here we go. I found it. I want to talk about the DIA real quick. Okay. The Defense Intelligence Agency. Okay. Now, we got a lot of things to cover on today's podcast, and we've only got Slow Country for a couple of hours. So I want to try and fit all of this in. But I think that this assessment of the DIA is very important. And I think that it will shed some light into the report that the news people were using that was leaked. Okay, now understand that this was a top secret report. Okay, first off, top secret. None of these reporters have that type of clearance. So, does the media run our country, or do we, the people, run our country? You see what I'm saying? Okay. And take a listen to Chanel Rion. Okay. Let's get this. Here we go.
So let's answer the question, shall we? Who in the U.S. intelligence community wants to undermine Trump? It's not the Israelis, as Candace Owens will have you believe. This half-baked intelligence assessment is coming out of an agency called DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. My husband was a part of that agency back in the Obama years.
Okay. So, an inside source from the DIA. Okay. This is important. Okay. This is her husband working for the Department or the Defense Intelligence Agency. Okay. And sorry, brain fart. And this is important. Okay, because it's an inside source, not just somebody saying something, somebody saying this, somebody saying that. This is an insider's report.
Operating in the Defense Attaché program. He served as a camouflage diplomat out of the U.S. Embassy in Panama. So I asked him, what's going on at DIA, your old agency? Why are they the source of this singularly contrary intelligence? The short answer, like so many things wrong in our intelligence community, goes back to Obama. The DIA consists of half civilians and half military personnel. So in 2008, my husband, who came in as an intel analyst from SEAL Team 5.
From SEAL Team 5. Okay. Imagine the expertise that you would have to have just to be a SEAL. Okay. Many of us have met one in our lifetime. Some of us have worked with some of them. Okay. In our lifetime. Okay. So you think about the skill levels, okay, and the capabilities of a soldier. Now listen very closely to what she says next.
After 4 deployments, was surprised to arrive at DIA and discover the vast majority of DIA civilian recruits were puppet arts graduates straight out of college with no experience in either the real world or the intelligence world.
What? You're telling me that you're not going to put experts in intelligence into these positions? You're going to take college students straight out of graduation and put them into these positions of authority, not of being outranked by somebody with military clearance, okay? But just what you learned from your professors.
Leadership knew. That's exactly what Obama wanted. Obama wanted the DIA to be hand molded in his image. Obama wanted the DIA filled with college activists who could be groomed into the activist leaders you see today. The conventional wisdom then was guys like my husband coming in from the military side were apolitical. They thought they could balance out the liberal arts majors on the civilian side, mentor them out of their politics. Instead, because the activists would be elevated and placed in leadership positions and not so much the military, it was the activists who were molding who got to rise in the agency. So the military catered to them and went left too. The whole thing became a liberal utopia. So those college Obama activists are now senior leaders at DIA churning out these intelligence assessments. Key takeaway? Today's intelligence community was politicized a long time ago. They sound more like college activists than intelligence analysts because Obama ensured they were college activists and remained college activists. The good news, we're currently at a point where this Obama intelligence community is so wrapped around the axles about Trump, they're starting to unveil themselves. And in this administration, that means one thing: self-destruction.
What do you think of that one?
You know, there's a couple of points there that I want to point out. And those
Go
of
ahead.
you that, you know, that are not big Q people. Now, I'm not a huge Q person, but yes, I do go to the boards for research and stuff like that. I would be crazy not to. And it's not because I necessarily believe everything Q says, you know, but it's because it's a good research tool. It's a good research point. For one thing, never stop an enemy from destroying themselves. And that's exactly what they're doing now.
Sun Tzu said that.
Right? So that's one. Like you said, Sun Tzu said that. And Donald Trump is a big Sun Tzu guy, art of war guy. And also, all roads lead to Obama. So that's a pretty big thing, just based off of what she said alone. So there's that. And as far as destroying themselves, that's going on not just with the DIA, not just with, you know, the federal government, but that's happening all over in state governments too. And so, oh yeah,
there's a lot. There's a whole lot, you know, and it's like, you know, and with the amount of news that's been coming out, it's like, you know, where do we start? You know, where do we start? Well, I got an interesting one that I want to start at. And I want you guys to watch this video closely, and I want you to listen to what this guy is telling you. Okay? Because this is something that he's not alone in noticing. He's noticing it, or other people are noticing it and are actually saying stuff about it. However, they're afraid of the moniker of crazy. You know, oh, this person's crazy. They're talking out of their ass. They're, you know, you know what I'm saying? It's, you know, we get so many of these, you know, boomerangs. You know, we share truth, and then they try to throw it back at us as that we're crazy or we're demented or we're, you know, or we're listening only to right-wing news and everything else. It's got absolutely nothing to do with left-wing, right-wing, okay, because they're both two wings of the same bird, okay? It's our own research, okay? Our own digging through articles, our own digging through congressional hearings, senatorial hearings and commissions, what the president says, what the administration says, you know, and that's where we go. Okay. And that's what we're going to report on. Okay. We're going to report on what the official statements are. Everything else as far as I'm concerned, is pretty much moderate bullshit. However, okay, this guy points out something about our children that I think that few people know about, and the few that do are considered crazy because they speak it. Here we go.
So all these AI assistants have to be some type of demon. And the reason why I say this is because have y'all seen those videos where the babies react to somebody saying, hey, Google, hey, Siri, hey, Alexa, and the babies freak out? But one thing they do that is weird is that they fall on their face as if they're bowing down.
Okay, I'm going to pause it here for a second. They fall on their faces as if they're falling down. Okay. Now, I've seen a bunch of videos of this, okay, over on TikTok. I've seen a bunch of them come to me from Instagram. I've seen a bunch of them up on YouTube, little short clips. You know, they're like the 30-second to 45-second range in that area there. So when you see the shorts come up on YouTube, look at those and see if you find any, okay, to corroborate what this guy is talking about. He's going to show a few. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
And they're just frantically afraid. And I know those of you are going to be like, oh, you're reaching. No, this is weird. Watch these videos.
Alexa!
It's not funny.
Hey, Google. Hey, Google, what's the weather like tomorrow? Hey, Google. Are you ready to go, Mimi's? Hey, Google. Hey, Madison. Hey, Google, what's the temperature outside?
You cannot tell me that they are not in the bowing position. That is weird because what is attached, because think about it, you are summoning Alexa, Siri, Google Home, whatever. You're summoning, and then every single kid looks toward wherever it is and they get freaked out and then they fall on their face in a bowing position. That leads me to think that there is a spirit attached to these AI, artificial intelligence.
Okay, I'm going to pause it again. Okay, now this is the thing. I See Dead People. You remember the movie? What was the name of that movie? I See Dead People.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense. Okay. So I want you to think about the movie. Okay. Now, when I was a kid, okay, and this is actually documented, when I was a kid, I was 2.5 years old. My mom came into the bedroom and I was standing. Now I slept in the crib because it was a huge, old style crib. Okay. So basically you slept in it until you were like 3-4 years old. And then you got a twin size bed after that, as many kids as what we had, in my family. I was standing on the rail, perfectly balanced, okay, talking to my grandfather, who had been dead for a couple of years. My mom asked me who I was talking to. I responded to her with Pawpaw, which grandpa, and she said, "You've never met him. He's right there." And I pointed to the corner of the room. Now, this is the thing, is that as a child, the veil has not yet reached, surrounded you. Okay. The veil of our innocence allowed us a connection to the spirit realm and direct connection with our Creator. It is only through the act of those around us teaching us things that were not of God that brought the veil down. And that is the separation. Okay. So in remembering the story as my mom told it, because I don't remember it. I don't remember doing that. It's a story that my family has told, my mom has told, my grandmother told, my one of my brothers and sisters told, so on and so forth. And, and so in seeing this, it really draws a correlation. Okay. Are the children, in fact, seeing the entity that is responding instead of the device that is responding? Okay.
The chat GPTs of the world and all those different things, because why would a kid, and mind you, kids can see into the spirit realm. A lot of them can. A lot of them can see into it. A lot of them can feel things we don't feel as adults because we become too desensitized to it. But these kids are super sensitive. Could Alexa, all these virtual AI assistants, could they actually be demonic and demons?
How about that one, Slow?
Yeah. I won't let that shit in my house, man. As far as like the Google Nest and the Alexa device, I won't let that shit in my house at all. And my reasoning for it was, if I wanted a computer to control my house would be a computer. But yeah, no,
It'd be really small. That'd be a really small house, dude. I'm not sure that you and the wife and the kids can fit in that little box. Okay. Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting clip that got shared with me yesterday, and I want to thank Mr. Red Pills Joker Q Army for putting that up, because I was just thinking about that the other day. When we're talking about manifesting, when we get the mindset that things are just going bad and they're never going to get better, then that's what we believe. And when you constantly say it to the universe, then the universe reacts accordingly. All right, so we got to change that mode of thinking. And I agree with you. I have absolutely no Google thing or Siri or any of that stuff, because I got enough devices listening. The TV monitor that I'm using right now, there's probably some kid in China right now watching us, okay, and watching me and recording everything that I'm saying, okay. And it's funny how they're getting caught doing this. That all of a sudden that they're transmitting their signal, and yeah, it's I think that's going to be something that people are going to see. I think that TVs are going to kind of either go back to the old days of the RGB tube TVs, and these plasma things. I think are going to disappear because of the invasion of privacy that they are. I mean, you think about it. Your phone, your TV connects to the internet. Okay, so they can listen to you, they can watch you. Okay, you got the TV off. Okay, you got the TV off. All right, and somebody in China can see you sitting on the couch with your wife, laying on the couch with your wife, doing anything on the couch with your wife or your husband. Yeah, no.
speaking of Siri, Apple was just sued. I got several emails from some law firm. They were just sued for invasion of privacy because the iPhones were actually listening to people and picking up on their conversation. They got sued for, God, it was in the billions, I think. And so if you have an iPhone and you got that email, check it out because you may be eligible for a payout from Apple.
Yep. You know, and these are things that you know, this is the thing, guys. We're not bringing up this stuff as a joke. We're bringing things up in seriousness because, you know, every person should be able to protect their privacy. You know, you have a Fourth Amendment right, and that Fourth Amendment right is being violated daily by these fucking devices.
Yep.
It needs to come to an end. It needs to come to an end. You know, if I want to walk from my bed to my bathroom naked, I want to be able to do it. I currently can't because my computer and this TV screen are sitting here, and I'm like, man, there's probably some Chinese kid looking at my camera. I make sure that I got clothes on when I go to the bathroom. Yeah, I'm just like, I want to dance naked in my house again. You know, it's a. All right, where were we? I was just being, I was being a.
Oh, you're good, man. So speaking of the, we just got through watching the video of the Iran thing. I want to share this with everybody here. Go to my bookmarks. No, I don't want pop-ups. So let me find it here. Got to find it. Oh, come on. I just had it. Oh, man. Let me go into my profile. I might have shared it and not saved it to my bookmarks. Let's see.
Well, while you do that,
I actually sent it in private chat. Yeah.
Okay.
So does everybody remember what the Ayatollah of Iran was pushing for? You know, terror cells, you know, sleeper cells rising up throughout the country. Right?
Yeah.
So let me share this real quick.
Here, I got it right here.
Oh, awesome.
I got it. It's up on the screen. Awesome. Dear FBI, Secret Service, and Homeland Security. This is put out by MJ Truth Ultra. I saw this last night, by the way, before MJ even reported or made a statement about it. I saw this last night, and I was like, you know, I sort of kind of wanted to share it, but at the same point, sometimes I'm seeing these things, and I don't want to share it because I don't want somebody with the wrong type of thinking to get any ideas, you know. So what I've been doing is I've been bookmarking them so that I can discuss them, but not putting them back up on my feed for somebody else. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
You know, it's you know, somebody mentally ill can hear somebody making comments like this and turn around and act upon it. And that's what we do not want under any circumstance. Okay. So 17 hours ago, this man posted a video on TikTok talking about a countdown. 5 days until something will happen. 6:30. Just wait, he says. He makes references to President Trump, Daddy. He makes references, and we're going to talk about Daddy here in just a short bit. Okay, we've got some interesting little things with Daddy. Okay, all right. He makes references to baseball, basketball, He seems to be traveling between Denver, LA, and Las Vegas, etc. He's videotaping building structures while in Vegas, calling it shitty Las Vegas. He has some interesting tattoos, speaks Spanish and Arabic, according to some comments. All of these videos are very recent, within the last several days. This man may just be living his best life, but he's asking to be investigated, making claims that something is going to happen in 5 days. Especially with all going on, better safe than sorry. This man needs to be investigated ASAP. And we got about 6 minutes here of this guy's video. And this is the thing. I want everybody to understand. Number one, we do not live in the spirit of fear. Fear does not control us. Our belief in God, our belief in Christ is our connection to give any fears that you have to them. Okay? So we're not trying to fear monger. What we are only doing is sharing a story. Okay? Here we go.
People, 5 days. That's it. That's all. I don't need any more. I'm leaving. Okay?
Okay. So 5 days. I'm going to play this again. Okay. He says, and then I'm leaving. Now, at first, I thought it was living. But it was leaving, is what he says. Here we go.
People, 5 days. That's it. That's all. I don't need any more. I'm leaving. Okay? Just wait. Let's start the countdown. 5 days. Hey, if you follow me, you want to know more. What's going on? What's going on here? Gente, para saber qué va a pasar, síganme en la cuenta. En 5 días, tan simple como eso. Todos preocupados. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué pasa? Esperen, ya van a saber. You change? Hey, what's going on, people? What's up? Nah, easy. Hey, what's up, my people? Don't be afraid. I'm a good man. You wanna play baseball? Or what? I don't know, what is this? It's baseball or what? And this is basketball? Ball? I don't understand. Can someone explain me? Please? You know what? I show you the easy way.
¿Sabes a quién nos hacemos adictos? A las personas que nos hacen sentir bien, a los que nos hacen reír, a los que nos saben cuidar.
What?
Hay un dicho muy conocido que dice cuando te
Now, I want to make a point here. He's not shooting videos of the people. He's shooting videos of the structures that he is in.
Bueno, gente, estamos en el jardín del Edén. Ajedrez. Bueno, gente, estamos en el jardín del Edén.
Los grandes no nacen, chicos, se hacen. Nadie viene al mundo siendo invencible, pero los que triunfan son los que no se detienen cuando las cosas se ponen difíciles. Aquí
Un consejo de
Las Vegas. Una mierda.
¿Sabes algo? Me encanta ver cómo marcha mi vida en estos momentos. Algunas cosas están saliendo bien. Y sí, algunas no tanto.
Gente, tengo que filmar esto. Bueno, gente, acá estamos en Las Vegas. El famoso Las Vegas. Una mierda. Bla, 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 bla. 3 luces de mierda. Hey, listen. If you think, gente, hey, listen. If you all think you know all about me, then you need to come and hug your daddy. Gente.
Yeah. You with me? That was the end of it.
I am. That dude, he kind of creeps me out, but at the same time, he reminds me of the one dude. I sent you a video a while back, and while you were playing that video, I went through to that video I sent you of the Mahdi, and he had some of the same facial characteristics, but the beard was too dark, and he was blind, and the Mahdi had hair.
Yeah,
So something just doesn't sit right with me about that dude.
Yeah, both of them, both of them are kind of nuts. Let's take a minute away from the trepidation of insanity and listen to some logic.
I am literally shaking right now. I went to a casino for the first time in my life. And while I was there, I tried the buffet and their wild-caught bison. As I was driving home, my stomach started going crazy, so I stopped at the reservation on the side of the road and ran into the management office. Some lady comes out from behind a desk, and she's like, "Can I help you, sir?" And I said, "Yeah, I need to use the bathroom." And she's like, "Are you part of the tribe here?" And I explained to her I was assigned the wrong origin at birth, but I identify as Native American and I go by Walking Tomahawk. And she was like, "Wait, so you're a white guy?" And I said, "Excuse me, bigot?" don't dead feather me. And it's like, what is wrong with these transphobes that they like go out of their way to misindigenate us? It's like, what's so hard to understand that trans Indigenous Native Americans are Indigenous Native Americans? Like, why do I even have to explain this in 2025 to people? So now I don't have anywhere to use a bathroom because I'm trans. And it's like, now I'm suffering in my car. And I have no bathroom that I can use that matches my national origin. Because people want to be bigots and mean transphobes. Just be nice, people. Just be nice.
No comment?
Somebody let that dude in before he sprays mud through a screen door, please.
I had to. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist. I could resist, but I didn't. Wait, what's this? All right. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn. I'm going to give you the screen control for a few minutes. I need to step away. I got to run milk out to the puppies. Yeah. So get your share screen ready. I'll pull mine down. And you go ahead and get started on the stuff that you want to make sure that we cover today. I'll be listening in, but I'm gonna remove myself. So that you can, all right.
All right. One of the things I wanted to cover is local governments. Nobody talks about local governments. You know, everybody's always interested in the bigger fish because that's all we ever hear about is the bigger fish, right? The federal government and the things going on with the federal government. You know, people really don't talk about their county and their state or their city unless it's like New York or Chicago or LA or something like that. But I want to break it down, and especially for you. And the reason I said read the description, because I want folks to research what's going on in their locality, right, in their state, and bring that into the chat and discuss that stuff with the chat. And also, you know, up here. And, you know, I think people need to start doing that, because the very first thing that's going to affect us is our locality. It's one of those things, you know, what's going to affect you first? You know, a raise in a state gas tax or a potential raise later on in like a federal tax. I think we need to start focusing more on that. What's going to affect you more? A local school board, right? Because your local school board members are elected. Well, at least here in Indiana, they are. Or something being dictated from way back in Washington that's supposed to take effect January 1st, right? So I think we all need to get back to that, because without that, we can't, we're not going to be able to, I don't want to say fight effectively. I don't want to say that. We won't be able to address what's going on with our local stuff effectively if we don't know what's going on locally. So, you know, like for instance, this last year, who are my Indiana people, first of all? Who lives here in Indiana? Let's do it that way. or who is relocating to Indiana. So if you're relocating to Indiana or you live in Indiana, give me a 1. If you don't live in Indiana, which most of you probably don't, just give me a 2. Okay, so I've got Kokomo. And I know Joanne does. Barb, you live in Indiana too? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So it looks like, for the most part, you know, we have some Indiana folks in here. But for the most part, a lot of folks are from out of state, right? So, okay. Indiana. For us Indiana residents, we were told that they were going to revitalize the property tax, right? And they did exactly what they said. They revitalized the property tax, but it was a smokescreen. All right, it was a smokescreen, and it wasn't for the better either. How many smokers do we have in here? Right, just raise your hand if you're a smoker or you use some kind of smokeless tobacco. And I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so one of the things that takes effect July 1st is for us smokers, our cigarettes are going to go up $2 a pack. Any tobacco product, vape, smokeless tobacco, bags of tobacco, cigarettes, whatever, right? Gonna go up $2 a pack for cigarettes, right? They're increasing the tax for tobacco. They're also increasing the gas tax, from what I understand. Okay. So I just want you to think about that for a minute, right? And going back to the property tax, it was a smokescreen. So what initially happened was they passed the bill in the dead of night, and then it was signed by the governor. This is what the governor wanted. And I'm going to get to the governor in a little bit. You know, we all had high hopes for this guy, you know, doing what needed to be done for Hoosiers, but instead he's more worried about corporate shit and worried about building a corporate council and all that stuff. It's ridiculous, right? So the property tax, what they did was they inflated the home values and lowered the percentage rate to which you're actually taxed for your property tax. And and your amount pretty much stays the same. It might fluctuate by $1 or $2, right? That's about it. But they also changed, and if I can find the paper, what I do with it? Okay, I'll have to find it. So they changed the homestead exemption rate. They changed the VA exemption rate for the taxes. They changed a whole bunch of shit, and they didn't tell anybody. There was only, I think it was 5 Indiana State House members that voted against it. One of them was Andrew Ireland. Another one was my representative, Ethan Manning. And another one was Craig. Damn it. What's his name? Crap. Craig, dang it. Now I can't remember his last name. But those 3 for sure, I know, voted against it. And I think there was only like 22 people that showed up in the Senate to vote this in. So that is ridiculous. And then right off the bat, and then to make things worse, Braun got up there at the behest of the lieutenant governor, you know, for the protests they were having inside the state house in favor of property tax reform, got up there and spoke this big game and then shit the bed. I just want you guys to think about that for a minute. It's absolute insanity. So it's just absolutely insane. And somebody was telling me about the gas tax. It's supposed to go up 90 cents a gallon. Why? They don't do shit with the roads here. If somebody can show me a road that has no potholes, that has no cracks and no stress cracks, that has nothing wrong with it whatsoever. There's not a bridge one, right? But in somebody else in the comment section on my X for one of the comments I made was talking about tolls. That's another thing. The toll roads, right? Why are they trying to make toll roads? Why? You know, I think it's stupid. They don't do shit with them now. So it's ridiculous. So, and then we have this, you know, we have different things going on throughout the state. And one of the things right here, let me pause this here, go back. And this is from Indy Reporter. I follow Indy Reporter, does great work, you know, brings receipts, right? Brings receipts. I love that because you don't see that a whole lot. You know, this person actually brings receipts. So let's go ahead and let's play this. So here you have a tent city popping up under an underpass there in Indianapolis, right? And a good person to talk about homeless in Indianapolis would be Hank. For those of you that follow him, it's God's Soldiers something, right? Because he actually goes out and feeds the homeless. So he can tell us more about that. And I have a solution for the homeless, right? It may not be a good solution, but it was brought up on X one day. I think it was by Indy Reporter, actually. It might have been Andrew Ireland. And that is, you know, let's give the homeless a job, right? And I kind of expanded on it, and I said, yeah, because I think he was talking about making them, whoever it was. It might have been Indy Reporter. It might have been Ireland, right? Give them jobs. Whoever it was suggested truck driver. And I also suggested let's give them a job in the trades because the trades are short. You know, let's give them, you know, something like that, like a journeyman job to where they go to different places, right? And so that way, if they want to, you know, live between here and there and not have anything permanent, they can. But it gives them a job. It's going to give them a roof over their head, and it's going to give them food because they're going to have a food allowance. It fills the trades, and it's just all around a better thing. So it's what the hell is that sound? But it's one of those things. I would rather that happen than to see things like this. And a lot of those homeless are actually veterans that would prefer to make their own way. So, I mean, that's just my thing, you know. What are your guys' thoughts on it? You know, as far as the homeless goes. The hell is that sound? I'll be right back. I gotta see what that sound is. That's driving me crazy. All right, I'm back. So, but yeah, what? God, there's that freaking sound again. What is? I think my kids might be doing something just to torment me. They do that sometimes. But yeah, so what are your thoughts on giving these guys jobs, letting them be journeymen in the trades, truck driver, whatever? Set away, it gets some money, it gets them off the street. And it gives them a job, it gives them a sense of purpose. What's everybody's thought on that? Hey, Tennessee, what's going on, brother man? But yeah, I think that would be a pretty good start at least. Exactly, Brew. It's gonna bring dignity back to them. It's gonna give them a sense of purpose. And people have lost that. I mean, especially out in California. I mean, due to the astronomical taxes they have out there, the home problem that they have, because once again, taxes, it's harder to make ends meet there. And I really think that would be a good thing to do. Give them a sense of purpose, give them a job, let them rebuild their confidence, let them rebuild themselves, let them rebuild their lives. So, I mean, it's a start, it's a start. It's not going to happen overnight, granted, but it would at least be a good start. So let me find this real quick. So Indie Council, put out by Rob Kendall, he's a podcaster. Indie Council kicked one of their own out of the caucus after she called for Joe Hogsett to resign. Joe Hogsett is the mayor of Indianapolis, by the way. And if I remember right, Joe Hogsett is actually a Republican, but he's a rhino. So the Democrats' fierce defense, coupled with near Republican silence, has state house happenings and wondering, why is everyone protecting Hogsett? I mean, anybody that lives here, been to Indy, Indy's going to hell. It's been going to hell for a long time. And it's only gotten worse, right? And then, they released this statement, about getting kicked out, right? What kind of statement is this? Was she kicked out or wasn't she? Was she let back in? If so, why? These politicians are just the scummiest of the scummy. So the following statement can be attributed to the Indianapolis City Council Democrat Caucus. As members of the Indianapolis City County Council, we are responsible to our constituents for maintaining the integrity of our elected duties. It was recently reported that a Councilor Carlino had been voted out of the Democratic Caucus. Councilor has issued a statement regarding this matter and remains a member of the caucus. We look forward to our continued work alongside Councilor Carlino and supporting the constituents of District 11. You know, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because, you know, for the normies, they're still kind of waking up, and for that something like that to happen, that would, it would be a wake up, but I don't know that it would wake them up in a good kind of way, because you got to figure the ones that are just waking up are still kind of on the fence with Trump. You know, is he good guy? Is he bad guy? Do we just let things ride? So I don't think so. I don't. Now, I think the 4th of July, you know, there might be something big that day, you know, or that weekend. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even want to really speculate as far as that's concerned, because none of us really knows. I mean, we can have feelings about it. You know, is this, you know, going to happen one way or the other? You know, I hope something happens, but at the same time, I don't foresee it either. Yes, Tom Tillis is a rhino. Big time. Big time. So now going back, you know, to Braun, I said I would get back to him. I'm going back to him now. I think I had high hopes for him being a really good gubernatorial pick, but it seems like he's more interested in big business and than what he is his own constituents. So there was something, I know I saved it. I know I did, but for some reason it didn't. It didn't save in here. Let me go here. Hold on. Go back to my bookmarks. Let me see if I saved it there. No. So let me do this. All right. Stop screen. I got to find this real quick. But you know, it's one of those things. But I will do this. So,
isn't it funny how we can't find anything, but we can remember that Jenny's number is 8675. Okay. How is that possible? How is it possible that I can remember Duck, Duck, Goose rhymes and Mother May I, but I can't remember what the hell happened yesterday?
And we can always remember that Josie's on a vacation far away also.
Yeah. And Rick Springfield wants Jesse's girl. Okay. it's how come? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yes. All right. So let's see here. Here it is. Going into Mike Braun, right? So I just want to bring this up. Hawk, do you remember doing the Money Hole live with me a couple of years ago? We were on for like 4.5, 5 hours or something like that, just going over donations for different people.
We were doing a short show. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. So I just want to show this, you know, and kind of back up what I was saying about him being for corporate members and stuff like that. All right. So let me do it this way. Zoom in here. So so hey Hawk, what is his Mike Braun's #1 contributor?
You're 1 second. More than likely APAC, but let's Berkshire Hathaway. Isn't Berkshire like who do they represent?
Warren Buffett.
Yeah. But there's somebody else. There's somebody else. And I think it's a financial institution.
Oh yeah, they're also partnered with BlackRock and
Oh,
Vanguard.
that's good. It couldn't be BlackRock.
Oh yeah. As a matter of fact, when you go into his financials, this guy has bonds with BlackRock. Oh yeah. And then his number 3, Eli Lilly. By the way, Eli Lilly is one of the businesses that does everybody remember seeing the UN helmet at that construction site a while back? Well,
that was in Missouri or something.
No, that's here.
Oh, it's in your state.
Yeah, it's in Indiana. It's down there in Lebanon, right?
Yeah.
And but yeah, funny thing about that, Eli Lilly is one of the other places that's building on that construction site that everybody's dead silent against. And when I called the governor's office about this back in April, or maybe it was March, they said they would get back with me about why there was UN there, and guess what? They never got back with me. And I can't get back in touch with the governor's office either.
Well, I mean, they did like want to file harassment suit against you and stuff for the messages you left. I mean, it's only fair that they block you.
It didn't get that far though. I kind of wish it would have, because then I could be like, hey, why are you doing this? You don't even answer a simple question. And then here's another one. And Hawk, I talked to you about this last night, the Garatoni Family Foundation.
Yeah.
All right. I have no idea who that is. I know they're out of Mishawaka, but as far as who they actually are, I have no idea. I have never heard of this family before, and I've lived here all my life. Okay. But I will tell you, when I looked up information on the old man Garatoni, he was a Purdue graduate and he helped make prescription drugs and research prescription drugs.
So he didn't have any connection to the medical pharmaceutical industry, not at all, you know.
And then here we have Abbott Laboratories, once again, pharmaceutical. Okay. I mean, and we could just go on, and I've got I've got it to
Is that AT&T?
It is.
Really?
Yeah.
So AT&T is now stepping into the realm of politics again.
Oh, and look who else.
General Dynamics, a defense company.
Roche Holdings, or Roche Holdings. That's another pharmaceutical.
Yeah, they're pharmaceutical lobbyists.
And here's a big one.
Yeah. Oh, you know, they just got a punch. They somebody just cut off their funding from the USAID side. Yeah, not good. Home Depot. Well, there's a lot of controversy surrounding Home Depot right now because a local Home Depot has the police removing the day laborers. They don't want them hanging out in the parking lot or at their stores. And it's kind of happening all over the place. Lowe's, Home Depot, and what was the third one? UBS, I think is the name of it. United Builders Supply. All three of them are calling the police and having the day laborers removed from their properties. So bringing Home Depot in another aspect is not a bad is not a bad comparison. You know, is there particular reasons for this particular funding from Home Depot, or was it the corporation who did it, or was it the owners who did it? That would be where, you know, where my questioning would come in. You know what I mean? In comparative. So that's why I wanted to present that. It could be the founders of an organization who are making the contributions, but it's accredited to the business that they built, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, here's another healthcare thing. United Health Group. Isn't there some controversy going on about United Healthcare?
Yes.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
He was the United Healthcare was the it was the CEO was the one who was assassinated.
Uh-huh. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Another drug company, another insurance company. Hey, the Koch brothers, Koch Enterprises. Where do we know that from?
You know, Donald Trump said that in the early 80s, the Koch brothers, you know, did a lot of good for New York, but then in the 90s and the 2000s, everything changed.
And Ricker Wheel Company. There's another one. It's another big one. They're a big gas station outfit out of Carmel. Oh, wait. Here's another one. Walmart. What? Correct me if I'm wrong, Hawk. Didn't we talk about this? The CEO of Walmart.
So now she is no longer the active CEO. However, she is an owner, and that is Waltman's daughter.
Right.
One of the daughters. But again, now is it Walmart itself or is it her?
Okay, so from individuals, there was only $183 from individuals.
Okay.
From the Walmart pack, it was 10,000.
Okay.
So let me go back down here. So the second column right here is from individuals. The third column is from the pack. So let me go back here. Where was I at? Koch brothers. There we go. Oh yeah, Walmart. There we go. General Motors. Only $50 was contributed from individuals, but 10,000 from General Motors themselves.
Yeah, right. And that's your upper echelon people. It has nothing to do with the average worker.
Right.
It's got to do with those boys sitting up in the offices way up at the top.
And Alabama First Pack. CSX Corporation, which I believe CSX is owned by Buffett also. Maybe I'll have to get back with you on that one. Don't take that one to the bank. Let's see here. National Association of Benefits for Insurance Professionals. I find it really, really weird. National Association of Broadcasters.
So, because we know that all journalists are non-biased. They're neither right nor left. Yeah. All journalists are that way. So yeah, absolutely. Our broadcasters are,
Uline, another medical industry. Well, he seems to be getting a lot of money from big medical. Yep, that's what I thought. Thanks, chessboard. CSX is a Berkshire Hathaway. So it's another Buffett company. Let's see, any other big ones here?
the Ford Motor Company doesn't matter.
Yep, there's that one.
Boston Scientific Group doesn't matter.
I mean, Wabash Valley Produce. You know, these are the I asked for the top 100, but it only gave me the top 98. But I find it really interesting. Now, once I go here, let me go to here. All right. And Hawk, I talked to you about this last night. Let me find it here. Assets. Okay. These are all his assets. Let me find it here. Because I specifically talked about his where is it? Dang it. So he's invested in banks, government bond, right? This guy has bonds for school corporations in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Okay. Why? Why would he do that? Government bond. See, and here's another one. Can somebody explain to me why he has a Washington State Motor Vehicle Go bond? Okay. Government bond in the amount of $30,000. Can somebody help me to understand that? If he's going to have a Washington State, road bond, which is pretty much what that is when I looked it up, it's to help them keep their roads up. Why isn't he doing that shit for Indiana? Why isn't he putting his mouth or money where his mouth is? Okay. Let me find it here. Oh, look. You remember me talking about him having investments in BlackRock?
Yes.
Look at this right here. What does that say?
The BlackRock large cap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the equity index fund. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to do with that. No, not at all. Not at all. No.
And then he just replaced, I think it was the IU Board of Governors. Okay. Look at this. Indiana University. Conservation, right? Conservancy, right? $15,000, another $15,000. Avon, Indiana, 2,000.
I thought you were going to say that he invested in Avon, and I'm like beginning to, oh God, do we got another freak on our hands?
Buffalo Bob. But here's another one, right? The 2000 school building, $15,000 bond. There's another BlackRock. I got to find those school bonds again. Because if I remember right, they were in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Crap. I'm trying to find it here. It might be under the other one. There's another one, BlackRock Equity Dividend. Even though it says 0, you know, the point that he still has it makes me not trust his ass hat. Might be under liabilities. So let's go under liabilities. Look how many mortgages this dude has. Line of credit. So it almost looks like this guy is just as dirty as the rest of them. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's probably crooked.
I mean, and all of you guys can find this. You know, this is on Open Secrets. I'll drop for you Indiana folks, right? I'll drop this in the chat, so that way you guys can see it for yourselves. And you can look a lot of this stuff, you know, as far as the federal contributions go, you can always look at the FEC also. You know, and I think everybody needs to do their own research, and they need to look at their own locality. And did you see the Karen Bass video, Hawk? And I'm sure there's more to it.
I probably played it yesterday. Talking about the one where
she's in the bakery.
Yeah. Talking about the workers in ICE and all that. Yeah, I played that yesterday for them.
So, and then there's this one, right? And this is from Indiana also. This is our Lieutenant Governor, Mike Beckwith. I actually met this guy. He seems to be a stand-up guy. He was in the running for governor, and then he dropped out, and he got picked up to be the lieutenant governor. But I actually met this dude. He's an all right guy. 25 congressional Republicans are demanding answers about potential water contamination from abortion pills. The key concerns raised was mifepristone maybe entering our drinking water through wastewater systems. EPA admits up to 10% of contaminants survive water treatment. Could impact fertility rates across the population. No environmental impact studies have been conducted despite 2/3 of abortions now being chemical. Senator Langford, we don't know because it's never been studied, despite this drug being in use for 25 years. The Trump administration is being called to investigate potential violations of Clean Water Act and National Emergency Environmental Policy Act. Clean water is a basic right. We deserve answers. And we do. But, you know, it's just one of those things that we got to find out what's going on. And then the IEDC board, the Indiana Economic Development Commission, approves incentives for 4 planned data centers. So data centers for like Amazon, Facebook, well, Meta, I should say, amongst other things. Those are the 2 big ones. Okay. If we look here, Project Louis, Morgan County project, which an unidentified end user has pledged to create 50 jobs and invest $1 billion by 2029. Project Flow, a Marion County project, which an unidentified end user has pledged to create 50 jobs. So why are they doing this? You know, only 50 jobs, but they're willing to invest $1 billion. Okay. And why are they unidentified? Okay. Why? So Hancock County, LaPorte County, Marion County, Morgan County. I don't understand it. So, and for those of you that live on the US 31 corridor here, do you remember, it was last year, all of the pipelines that was going in down the side of US 31?
Yeah.
Joanne, and I know you live along the US 31 corridor, and SM. So what that was they were diverting water from the Wabash River down to Lebanon, right? So with them doing that, that's going to hurt a lot of the smaller farms that feed off of the tributaries and stuff like that that get fed from the Wabash River. And that's also going in there around where the that construction site with the UN and all that stuff is. So I find it disturbing. I do. And when you bring this concern up, you know, I brought this concern up with my representative. My representative is just awesome. And I actually talked to the representative. I didn't talk to somebody in his office. I talked to him directly. He called me off of his cell phone. And he told me to keep his number in case I needed to get a hold of him for something. But everything going on at the state level, we need to keep an eye on. You know, not only in Indiana per se, but everywhere. Because if we don't keep these guys in check, there's not going to be a balance to anything. So the checks and balances won't matter.
Yeah, you know, Indy was saying, you know, money laundering at its finest, you know.
It is.
You know, and she's right. You know, it all of this is, you know, the sheer audacity of people to demand taxes from people and then have continuous wasteful spending, things that absolutely have nothing to do with us, the American people. And that's, you know, that's where a lot of this is going. It's showing that there is major discrepancies in the way that accountability is placed in front of people. You know, it's one thing for somebody to accept responsibility and resign or something like that. But most of these people, they're all fighting back. It's like, I have a right to do this. I have a right. No, you don't. It's not your money. It's our money.
Yep.
Those taxes that we pay every single year out of every single paycheck that we have paid for years.
Oh, and you were talking about AIPAC with Braun, right? I got to show you this. Real quick, as soon as I get it pulled up here. So, I meant to show this a minute ago, and I didn't. I didn't. All right, so members of Congress standing with Israel. Now, this comes directly from the AIPAC website.
Here, let's make that full screen so that people can actually read it. And let me take that safety meeting down because it's over. Hey, guys, it's only over for a little bit, okay? They're mad. Calling into the safety meeting and they're mad now. Oh, Jesus.
So here we go. Here is a list, and I'm going to copy this. Now, if you remember, we talked about APAC last week with Ted Cruz. If everybody remembers, okay? And then I had posted videos with Thomas Massey being interviewed with Tucker Carlson and all that stuff, where he's talking about APAC and each congressman and senator having an APAC guy. All right, so I want you to look at this. This isn't just a Republican thing or a Democrat thing. It is both. Okay? Both. Look at this. And I just now got to the A's, right? Don Bacon. What, didn't we have some issues with him as far as confirmations? Even my representative from here, right? One of them, Jim Baird. Let's see here. Jim Banks, he was just put in as Senator Banks this year. This is when he was a representative. Right? There's a lot. Believe me, there is a lot. Don Beyer, Democrat, West Virginia, or out of Virginia. Andy Biggs. Let's see. Marsha Blackburn is another big one. Look at all these right here. Oh wait, hey, Hawk, isn't this Dirty Dick? What would you?
No, that's Blumenthal. That's Blumenthal. That's Richard Blumenthal out of Connecticut.
Oh, that's right.
He's the guy with the lisp.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No, Blumenthal. Blumenthal is the one who was with. Blumenthal was with
Lindsey Graham in Ukraine.
Lindsey Graham in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want you all to take a look at this.
Yeah,
one.
it's the one from here from Oregon is the one with the lisp. If you go by his name, I should see it. If your print was a little bit bigger, I have a hard time reading that because it's kind of pixelated on my screen.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit more. There you go.
So let's go back here. And by the way,
Lauren Boebert?
Yep. Let's see what she posted, because this takes you to a post on X. All right. To my colleagues across the aisle, stop trying to justify Hamas actions against Israel. Hamas is a terrorist group that rapes women and murders babies. Oh, crap. I got to go back there. Give me just a second. Dang it.
He's closed all his windows.
Yeah, I hate that when that happens. History. Do it this way. There we go. All right, here we go. Go back here. Boebert was the last one, right?
Yeah.
Now, once again, this is directly off of the APAC website. So if everybody wants, I will drop this in the chat so you guys can see it for yourself. So here's Richard Blumenthal, Boebert. There we go. So there's one.
She's out of Oregon too.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, Cory Booker. Wasn't there just a big deal about him?
Yeah, yeah.
With him making that big, what was it, 24-hour filibuster speech on the Senate floor?
Yeah, that did absolutely no good.
Oh, wait, look who we have here.
Mike Braun.
Man.
Yeah. Reaching, Britt. She's out of Alabama.
Yeah, Sherrod Brown. I mean,
They should just do a list of who's not on the list.
it would be a lot shorter.
It's I'm serious. Ken Buck.
Yep. Larry Bucshon from here in Indiana. Ted Budd from North Carolina. Budzinski out of Illinois.
I had a strain called Budzinski. I wonder if he was related to the people who created it. Tim Burchett. Now that is disappointing.
It really is. Let's see. Calvert. Kat Kamek. That one's disappointing too. Isn't Cantwell always the one that's trying to always do the gotcha moments at the hearing?
Yeah, she's a Washington State. Yeah.
What, Wyatt? In a little bit. I'm just about done. Okay. All right. Yeah, come here.
You get to go outside again when it snows. That's when you get to go out. You're staying in forever until.
Let's see here. Senator Cardin. John Carter, Buddy Carter,
Troy Carter,
Greg Kassar,
Matt Cartwright, Bob Casey, Pennsylvania.
Bill Cassidy. Now, I do want to make clear that just because they're on this list from AIPAC, it doesn't mean that they're associated with AIPAC. Okay. This is just, this list is basically saying these are the people that have been in favor of Israel. I need to make that clear. All right. But, we can put 2 and 2 together. Chavez de Reamer. I mean, good Lord.
You haven't even gotten to the senators yet.
Oh, no, we have. It's all out. It's in alphabetical order.
Oh, I thought it was just Republicans on one side.
No. Siscomani. There's another one. Let's see here. You see any names you recognize? I see Mike Collins and Susan Collins.
Yeah. She's
James
special.
Comer. Hey, there's Senator Jerry Connolly. He's another one that's always trying to get you in it or catch somebody up in a gotcha moment. John Cornyn. I mean, holy crap, a lot.
Tom Cotton.
And look at all these things right here are posts on X, by the way,
Yeah.
about in favor of Israel, right? I just, this is craziness. Eli Crane.
I wonder how much they get each time they mention Israel. Because, you know, I seem to remember the video of Michael Rappaport in the hallway talking to his agent in regards to, you know, I'll mention Israel twice and how I love Israel and $20,000 or, you know, stuff like that. So I'm curious to know how much they get each time that they speak positively about Israel.
Linda Mullinex is saying, waiting to see if Fetterman is in there.
Well, you can look it up yourselves, guys.
Oh, look, hey, there, look, Dan Crenshaw.
Do we want to copy, or do we want to know how many times he posted about Israel?
That looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I guess we do want to know. Okay. Jasmine Crockett. I mean,
Oh,
this girl
boy.
hardly out of the ghetto, much less, you know, out of the country.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Jason Crow. Oh, wait. Ted Cruz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one was removed. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 times. Boy, he was really beating that Israel drum, wasn't he?
And then we got to look at how much he's gotten from AIPAC in comparison to see how much he's getting paid per time that he says it.
Oh, man. I mean, that's just...
You see where I'm going with this?
I do.
I'm trying to connect the money to the advertisement for Israel.
So let's see. That post is unavailable. So this is disgraceful, and every single person involved in drafting and approving this tweet should be immediately expelled from the U.S. government. So let's open this and see what it is. So let me do it right here. Copy. Now, I'm just pulling this up so everybody can see what it is. All right. Wayback Machine. There we go. Let's do it this way. Looks like it's from June 10th. Let's see what it is. Looks like there was 2 captures. If it opens. Come on. You know you want to. Be like the little engine that could. You think you can. You think you can. Come on. Oh, come on.
Nothing on the internet is ever truly deleted. They's dead.
Oh, it looks like it's getting ready to pop up.
In fear of the statement that I made. Because it would prove them wrong. That something's falling off of the internet. Neener. Yeah, your internet's been a little funky.
Yeah,
for about the last half an hour, I noticed.
Yeah, it might be the heat.
Yeah,
it's like,
but it's coming from your connection that I can tell that I can definitely tell the difference.
Let me go back here.
like when you're playing something
Yeah.
and and so I can still see you backstage. And
Okay.
when your backstage image buffers, I know that you're like lagging, like, 20 to 25 seconds, sometimes.
Oh, wow.
It's only every few minutes. I'd say about probably like every 6-7 minutes it happens.
That could be my computer too. Nope. My computer's actually pretty cool. So it's got to be the internet. That, and I've also got kids on devices upstairs. So Despacito, Debbie Dingle, more like a dingleberry. Oh wait, did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did.
My bad. Oh look, Byron Donalds. Look how many times he's been beating that drum.
Yeah.
Duckworth. Oh, there's Dirty Dick right there out of Illinois.
Yeah.
I think Schumer's on this list too. If I'm
I don't know why he's a Palestinian.
I thought he identified it.
Trump put it out there. Trump put it out there that that Chuck Schumer is a Palestinian.
No shit. That is wow.
Trump doesn't put that out there for no reason at all.
No.
There's always a reason behind the statements that he makes. Always. It always leads to something.
Michelle Fishback. Or Fishbach, however you pronounce her last name. Fleischman.
Oh,
That's what
and
I
you
know
went
about
past.
her.
I didn't see Fetterman in that.
Yep, he's right here.
Oh, okay. He made one comment. See if it's still there.
Yep. I forcefully condemn these cowardly, horrifying, unprovoked attacks on Israel by Hamas. Attacking innocent civilians is particularly despicable and reflects the craven behavior of this terrorist group. I unequivocally stand with the people of Israel now and always. He didn't
Okay,
say
that was back in October 7th, October 8th.
October 7th, 2023.
Okay.
But I want everybody to notice he did not say the country of Israel.
He said he stands with the people of Israel.
The people. Yeah.
And in all actuality, they're not really even a country. They're a state. Why do you call it the state of Israel if it's a country?
Yeah. Next question. Why do we have a State Department? If we're a country.
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny that the State Department deals with other countries. You're right. Yeah. We're all just one big country. We're all states.
So let me go back here. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Mike Flood. Here's another one. Valerie Fouché out of North Carolina. Virginia Fox. Virginia Fox is a lady that looks like she's like a day older than God, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
She's definitely not a fox.
Oh, Maxwell Frost. Wasn't he one of the ones that was in part? No, I'm wrong. I'm going to shut up. Frost is the dude that Marjorie Taylor Greene called a member of Antifa.
Yes.
That's where I recognize that name from. Matt Gaetz. Gallagher, Ruben Gallego.
Gallego.
Oh boy.
Leo. All the Garcias, not just one or two, but all of them.
All of them. Kristen Gillibrand. Carlos Jimenez. Oh man, boy, he's really beating that drum too. Look at that.
That's what I'm saying. We need to see a financial record. It's still going. We need to see a financial record as to a timeline of money going into his account. Because I'm telling you that more than likely there's going to be a financial comparison to this list of every time that they posted a certain amount of money is deposited by AIPAC into their accounts.
So here's one. The dude that's always crying in committee.
Yeah, Goldman. Yeah.
Look at this.
He's a special one.
And it's still going. Wow. He's beating that drum too.
Yep. Again, I'd like to see a financial comparison.
I mean, I'll dig into that this weekend and see what I can find. Because that would be interesting to look at. Gonzalez.
That says Drew Big Tech, you have to be our Dr. Watson. So get ready to go, pal. He says to be an internet sleuth is to be a new age Sherlock Holmes. That's what he said. He said it. I saw it.
That's
That's right. Get your spectacles in your pipes. Oh, speaking of pipes.
There's Lindsey Graham.
Oh, let's see how big this drum beats.
Let's see. Let me go back to the first one here. Let's count them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He's right up there with Ted Cruz. Chuck Grassley. Oh, I didn't bet his.
Yeah, but he's the thing about Grassley is he's in charge of a couple of committees. So yeah. I would almost expect him to say something. Yeah. So and he's, if I'm not mistaken, he also sits on the defense in the
intelligence committee. I think.
Yeah. So so it would be expected that with him.
Mark Green.
Yeah, out of Tennessee.
Holy crap! It's just still going. Son of a bitch.
MTG.
Oh man. Glenn Grothman.
And I'm telling you that most of the single comment ones that we see, where it's just one comment, most of them are just condemning that attack from October 7th.
Yeah.
The ones that have multiple posts are talking about multiple topics.
And you know what I would also like to do? I would also check to see what was said on for those ones that were, that had like Ted Cruz and Dan Goldman and who is the other one?
Lindsey Graham.
Lindsey Graham. I would like to compare them to see if they say the same damn thing, almost verbatim. Because if they do, that tells me they're talking off the AIPAC script.
Well, it also tells me that their staffers are passing notes back and forth as to comments.
Yes.
Josh Hawley.
And that was
he sits on a lot of committees as well. So he's another one that I would expect to, to have a lot.
Clay
Higgins, he's a Bible thumper, so he probably mentions Israel in different contexts, Yeah.
Let's see here. She's a new one, Ashley Henson. Isn't she fairly new?
Not sure. Out of Iowa, but that's a lot of posts.
Oh man. Let's see.
So,
okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
if I'm not mistaken, Iowa had quite a few people who were taken hostage during that October 7th thing. If I'm not mistaken, Iowa had yeah. So that that very well could be,
it could be.
No, yeah, possibly, quite possibly.
Steny Hoyer. Wow. Isn't Steny Hoyer, didn't he retire?
Don't know. If they're not in my state, I don't pay much attention to them unless they're like really out there,
And she passed away this year, Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
Oh, would you look at that?
The
dime store Obama.
Yeah.
Actually, that's an insult to dime stores.
It is. I liked the dime store when I was a kid.
Mike Johnson. We know he took quite a bit from AIPAC.
Yeah.
Jim Jordan. I mean, you know what? I'm going to drop this in the chat again. Everybody can look at this at their leisure. I mean, the list just keeps going. We just got to the case. We haven't even gotten halfway through yet. I mean, good Lord. Mike Kelly, Ro Khanna. But yeah.
The only way you're going to stop is to turn that off.
Yeah, I know.
That's the only way that you're going to stop is to turn it off. And you have to sometimes. You have to, because it's like you can bury yourself in it, big time.
Yeah.
So.
And that is Hawk was saying that earlier. It would probably be easier for them to make a list of who is not on there.
Right. Yeah. And that comparison, that's it. And I'm serious about that. If we can find a correlation between comments that the politicians are making and money being deposited into their accounts, that's it's advertisement. Advertisement. No different than me paying a TV station to put a product on there to sell it. Okay, absolutely no difference whatsoever. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I got an interesting one for you.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I heard about this a couple of years back, and I haven't really talked about it because I didn't want people to get the wrong idea that I was just like trashing somebody. But this guy put it together, and he put it together in a great way. And again, thank you, Mr. Red Pills, Joe Q Army, for reposting this because I think that this is good. Here we go.
So Martin Luther King Jr. and his group would go down and they would stalk out these small towns and they would find the cruelest, meanest police officer or sheriff that they could find. And they would go in and so Martin Luther King Jr. and his group would go down and they would stalk out these small towns and they would find the cruelest, meanest police officer or sheriff that they could find. And they would go in and they would intentionally agitate, intentionally go in and break trespassing charges, march without a petition or a court order. And then when these police would come out and they would try to enforce the law, they would passively resist and they would have the cameras there. When they went to Birmingham, he came there with the cameras and whatnot, and the black people said, we don't want no parts of this. You're not even from here. Why are you coming out here with all of these problems, starting all of this chaos? They got in such a tizzy because they had to put on the show that James Bevel went to the schools and got children out of the schools and told the children to come do this march. They were going to give them a picnic. They was going to feed them, And the children came out of the school and marched into a cauldron of dogs and water hoses from Bull Connor. And they called it the Children's March, like these children voluntarily did this. No, King them tricked these children into this. And then they had the cameras and the newspapers and everything take it right back to Washington and in New York and send it all over the world as propaganda that this is how the South is, and this is how virtuous Martin Luther King Jr. and brave King and all the rest of them are. And this is how racist America is. And it went all over the world, and it was all staged.
You know, and this is the thing. How long?
So Martin Luther King Jr. and his group will go down.
This question out there now. How long has this movie been going on?
Oh, you ain't kidding.
You know, we weren't taught this in school.
Of course not, because that would defeat the narrative they're trying to push.
Yeah. You know, and it's like, wow. When you start getting the behind the scenes stories, everything that you had believed was bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, you want to talk about a way to wake somebody up from a particular situation or mindset. This is a prime example of how you do it, you know. And Van Jones, you know, I actually, I don't know if that was his name, the narrator of that. I've seen him on a few of the this guy right here. You know, if anybody knows his name off the top of your head, I appreciate that. Let me make it bigger so you can see it. If anybody happens to remember what his name is, but I mean, what a way to break that. You've been downtrodden and everything else for so long. That narrative, you know, that the race, you know, like the race card, and you know, basically it totally breaks the narrative of what BLM stood for. You know.
Hey, Lyndon Mullinex was wanting to know if you could share that link in the chat.
For what?
For the video.
Oh, for this? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 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 There you go. He's a great follow. He absolutely a great follow. Him and Script Keeper do a lot of work together, a lot of shows together and stuff. Absolutely worth a follow. You know, and yeah. So Big Balls. Remember Big Balls, right?
Yeah.
Well, Big Balls just got doged.
Big Balls doged himself. The White House tells Fox Ed Korstein, Big Balls' alias, no longer works for the federal government. That is, assuming his paperwork ever makes it out of the cave. Primetime was lucky enough to meet Big Balls, and we wish him well. Big Balls doged.
We wish you well, Big Balls. We Wish you well. Thank you for the exposure.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be okay. I will. Yeah. It's so the again another night of eventful things going on in Portland. We'll get to that in a minute.
Oh, Hawk, I gotta go. I got a dog out.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, if you want to pop back in later, you can do that if you want. It's up to you. But yeah, I got enough here to go through.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, I see the dog outside my window. So
Yeah, go get him. Go
All
get
right.
him.
Thanks, man. I'll see you.
Bye. Yeah. All right. Carrie Lake.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks and members of this House Foreign Affairs Committee. Thanks for having me. My name is Carrie Lake. I'm the Trump Administration Senior Advisor to the U.S. Agency for Global Media. Before I get started, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to let you know this opening statement that I'll be delivering is a shortened version of a longer version that I have submitted to you earlier and would love to be put into the congressional record. Last December, President-elect Donald Trump called me and asked if I would help reform U.S. Agency for Global Media and the Voice of America, and I said yes. I was honored and eager to help these institutions tell America's story to the world. But within days in my role as senior advisor, it became increasingly clear that reform was nearly impossible. The agency was incompetent and mismanaged and deeply corrupt, politically biased, and frankly, a serious threat to our national security. USAGM oversees VOA, Office of Cuba Broadcasting and grantees like Radio Free Asia, Radio Free Europe, Middle East Broadcasting Network, Open Technology Fund, and Frontline Media Fund, all of which are 100% funded by the hardworking American people. Over the past 15 to 20 years, the agency has become a significant national security risk. They hire a shockingly high number of foreign nationals, and they conduct subpar security vetting, so bad that top intelligence agencies revoked this agency's ability to do even the most basic background checks. So many of USAGM's hires come from countries hostile to the United States. Over the decade from 2010 to 2020, Office of Personnel Management and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence repeatedly flagged severe security failures, but U.S. AGM leadership ignored them. They continued to grant journalists and technicians, many from foreign nations, high-level security access based on falsified documents and incomplete background checks, phony names, phony social security numbers. Even after corrective actions were taken in the final months of the Trump administration, these safeguards were reversed by the incoming Biden administration. The scale of the problem is staggering. During the first Trump administration, the political appointees led by CEO Michael Pack got to work fixing it. And they discovered that out of 150 people who were hired during that time period when they weren't doing appropriate vetting, 500 of them were still out there and they could not find them. They went back and re-vetted everybody, but 500 had gone missing. They could not be located for further screening. Foreign employees with social security numbers that are fake and fake names given top secret access now missing. That keeps me up at night. My team is working to track them down. Our new security director is working to try to turn this agency around and make it where it's safer. It's a vast problem that we've uncovered. We've also uncovered that the grantees like Radio Free Europe hired people later identified as foreign spies. At one point, they nearly hired more than 20 spies from a nation hostile to America. Those hires were stopped thanks to a timely tip, and I'm happy to give you more information on that in a secure setting. Voice of America has employed individuals with direct ties to hostile nations. They even once paid paid for somebody who worked previously in Russian media writing anti-American stories to come on the staff and continue to write anti-American stories. At one point, a serious security threat to America, an Office of Cuba Broadcasting Cuba was declared to be a national security threat. He was fired, thankfully, but he worked there for quite some time. So how do they get so many foreign nationals in? Well, they abuse the J-1 visa program, which is a pathway to citizenship intended for exchange students and cultural exchanges, students, camp counselors, and au pairs. It's not intended for journalists and has created severe vulnerabilities. And frankly, it has displaced many, many American workers who could have filled these jobs. VOA also sidestepped their charter to be reliable, authoritative news, instead being riddled with political bias and outright anti-American sentiment. Examples, you mentioned it, Chairman, refusing to call Hamas terrorists, glamorizing Che Guevara, airing campaign-style videos favoring President Biden, even broadcasting a graphic depicting President Trump with a swastika over his face on their news. I wouldn't want that, by the way, even if it was President Biden. That's totally inappropriate. And a ridiculous editorial firewall prevents agency leadership like myself from correcting any of the bias or having any say in the editorial content that goes on the air. We've also got financial mismanagement, which I hope we'll go into. $75,000 spent for a COVID study on how Mac computers can be used for social distancing. $100,000 in American taxpayer money to actually sponsor an Afghan cricket team. $400,000 for quid pro quo payments to African VOA affiliates. And they actually wrote quid pro quo next to the budget item. $825,000 for a New York music show and $6 million contract for consulting advice that was never even implemented. I told these stories to people, and many times they say, wow, this place sounds like a crime scene. And I frankly have just learned that it is indeed a crime scene. We've learned that there is an active investigation going on at VOA for a series of threatening phone calls that have been coming out, going after one of your colleagues, a sitting member of Congress, with years worth of threatening phone calls. And they've discovered that those phone calls were coming from inside the Voice of America. This place is rotten. It's rotten to the core. President Trump has asked me to go in and help clean it up. And he's also issued an executive order to reduce this agency down to its mandate, to what is mandated, statutorily required. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't care if they attack me. We're going to make it right for the American taxpayers. And with that, I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Yeah. So Voice of America is going to be coming back, and it's going to be coming back at a level that a lot of people will clearly understand. I believe that that is how an address to the country is going to happen through Voice of America. And I can see Voice of America as a channel. And I'm not just saying that because I'll show you why in a few minutes. But let's go ahead and hit some more of these.
Okay. Hey everybody, Tim Burchett just left a pretty hot committee meeting with Carrie Lake, who's running Voice of America, hired by President Trump. I mean, she is one gutsy lady. She is going after him. We had a person that was giving out contracts to friends and all this other stuff. And of course, she got canned under Trump, first administration, and then immediately hired back by Biden. And she was, and so we found out that in fact they have in fact fired her, and had other questions about just all the corrupt nature and the Chinese Communist infiltration, just how bogus these agencies are. Anyway, thank you all so much for sending me here. Keep fighting. Okay.
So we'll see what direction that goes. I covered that one yesterday. All right, let's get into stuff from last night and this morning. You literally cannot make this up. Connecticut Democrat representative was arrested for shoplifting and claimed it was because he was in a rush and the store didn't have bags. He voted in 2019 to ban single-use bags in stores. Yeah. So this is the guy here. His name is Ali or Rajib Ali Brennan. Thief is a thief. Call him a thief. You're a thief. That's what you are. Yeah. So then Gateway Pundit released this one here. It says Trump White House denies executive privilege for 9 former Biden aides in congressional probe about Biden's cognitive decline. Meaning, Joe Biden is not cognitive enough to claim presidential executive privilege I mean, if he can't stand trial, then he can't write pardons, can't issue executive orders, lawful executive orders, and sure as heck cannot invoke executive privilege if he's incompetent to stand trial. You see where the catch-22 with Biden comes in, right? You guys see that? It's a catch as catch can, okay? You know, that old saying, how much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, right? Well, a woodchuck can chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck. Okay. So if he's incapable of standing trial, then he's incapable of any type of executive decision, period. End of story. There's no coming back from this. It's almost like he was placed there on purpose to awaken the masses, because the people who were performing the criminality outside of his scope are not going to be privileged and protected. You know, just saying. I'm just saying. There could be a connection here. And somebody's screaming about a safety meeting. Jesus, what is it with you people? You like too many safety meetings, or maybe they're just not long enough. I'm trying to work here. Dang it. No. Hey, all right. Yeah, here we go. Everybody stop what you're doing and listen to this. I'm howling. J.D. Vance.
And the president looks over at me, he puts the foreign leader on mute and says, "This is not going very well," and he presses the red button. and my eyes get really big, and I'm like, "Mr. President, you know, what just happened?" And he looks at me and he goes, "Nuclear." Nuclear. And 2 minutes later, a guy walks in with a Diet Coke, and he looks back at me and he says, "It wasn't nuclear, it's just the Diet Coke button." And that's... So that's the kind of guy, and my fellow Republicans, that we have as the president of the United States. And the president looks over.
Just saying, you know, got to have a sense of humor. Got to have a sense of humor. Right? All right. Here we go.
Say that he is far too extreme on economic issues and even issues involving Israel. I'm curious what your thoughts are on him ideologically. Is that does he have an ideology that you would want your candidates in 2026 to have?
Well, from the standpoint of House Democrats and what our focus has been, clearly we have an affordability crisis in the United States of America, and our focus will continue to be on driving down the high cost of living in this country. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down, they're going up. He's crashing the economy in real time. His tariffs are going to impose thousands of dollars in additional cost on everyday Americans per year. And he may even be driving us toward a recession. That's the reason why Donald Trump has become so unpopular. It's because he's failed the country on the economy. And so our vision is going to be for an affordable America. Work hard, play by the rules, live the good life, provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family. That means being able to actually afford a home, educate your children, have access to health care, go on vacation with your children and your family every now and then. And of course, Joe, one day retire with grace and dignity.
Wow. Damn. Chuck, what happened to you, man? What happened to you? Yeah. Oh. Chuck. Where'd you go, Chuck? Chuck. Chuck. Come back, Chuck. No, never mind. Stay gone. Okay. All right. Senator Josh Hawley calls out AOC for trying to impeach Trump.
What are they going to impeach him for, Jesse? Peace in the Middle East?
Right.
I mean, is that how the impeachment articles are going to read? That the guy brought peace to a 1,000-year conflict in record time and therefore we want him out of office? Sounds more to me like a citation for a Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. That's right. So, y'all better stop buying them damn evil dolls. And this is, here we go.
I keep telling y'all better stop following trends. That Labubu doll is evil, and now y'all about to find out. So it's a video of this girl saying that she's throwing her Labubu away because it's evil. She said she was sleeping in her room and she woke up with a scar on her neck. Mind you, of course, nobody's in her room with her, and there was no other way for her to get the scar on her neck. Matter of fact, look at this shit. Look at this shit.
I had to throw my Labubu away.
Listen.
And that's what I did. Cut the motherfucking show.
Look at that mark.
That's a dumb motherfucking hickey. That is
How did
not
that get there?
scratch. My nails are not even that long or sharp for me to scratch myself. I took a nap, y'all, like an hour and a half nap right now. And I woke up and I literally looking at myself all day today in the mirror. I was like, oh, period, body tea. Like, that's how I've been all day today. And I was in the restroom right now and I was obviously looking at myself again when I woke up. And I noticed this, like, so that means I was getting myself body today. I would have noticed this,
Okay.
like, whatever this is on my neck, right?
So she said her brother said he came in at 3 o'clock in the morning, and when he came in, a door that he left open was fully closed. Who closed the door? And then look at what the Simpsons said about that Labubu doll. We already know that the Simpsons always tell the truth about what's going on. And this ain't the only time somebody is saying that something happened with one of those Labubu dolls. I mean, look at the dolls. They look evil. They look like something is wrong. Why would you buy a doll that looks like that? Okay. Keep playing with these things, and y'all gonna run into issues. I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just saying, there's some crazy shit going on. Yep. Let's see. I can't cover this one. But remember I was saying something to Slow Country just a little bit ago that Bill and Melinda Gates lost a whopping like $4.1 billion, or no, they've gotten $4.1 billion for this particular company right here. Right? Well, RFK took that money away. They were slotted to get $8 billion in funding. And they're not getting it now. Yeah, that's happening. All right. I already showed you the press conference from this morning. So Trump said last night, he says Natasha Bertrand should be fired from CNN. I watched her for 3 days doing fake news. She should be immediately reprimanded and then thrown out like a dog. She lied on the laptop from hell story, and now she lied on the nuclear site story, attempting to destroy our Patriot pilots by making them look bad when, in fact, they did a great job and hit pay dirt. Total obliteration. She should not be allowed to work at fake news CNN. It's people like her who destroyed the reputation of a once great network. Her slant was so obviously negative, Besides, she doesn't have what it takes to be an on-camera correspondent. Not even close. Fire Natasha. I think that's funny. Yeah. Protesters at the U.S. Capitol building.
That scene playing out moments ago. Demonstrators protesting the big, beautiful bill being arrested on Capitol Hill. The video shows protesters being removed by U.S. Capitol Police. Police have cleared the protesters out of the Capitol.
You know, and it's funny because, you know, I don't seem to remember any of that type of activity going on inside the Capitol building on January 6th. Just saying, you know, just saying.
So Donald Trump is now demanding that CNN fire Natasha Bertrand, who's the journalist that published an article at CNN claiming that an initial intelligence assessment showed that the Trump administration's claim that they demolished the nuclear facilities in Iran was overstated. In a Truth Social post, among other things, he said that Natasha Bertrand should not be allowed to work at fake news CNN. It's people like her who destroyed the reputation of a once great network. Her slant was so obviously negative. Besides, she doesn't have what it takes to be an on-camera correspondent, not even close. And the problem that I have with this is that this needs to go a lot farther than just terminating a journalist who willingly pushed propaganda coming from the intelligence community that is very clearly designed to either keep the United States in an armed conflict against Iran or drag us back into it. But we have a much bigger problem here. Because in her article, Natasha Bertrand claims that she spoke with 7 sources who were familiar with a classified assessment. And yes, according to the Trump administration, it was classified, which means leaking that information to anybody is a crime. So one of two things is true. Either Natasha Bertrand entirely made this up, and that's the reason why she claimed they were, quote, unnamed sources, or we have 7 people in the intelligence community today that willingly leaked classified information to a known propagandist, somebody that the intelligence community uses on a regular basis to send misinformation and propaganda out to the American people. This has to go much further than just terminating Natasha Bertrand. The Trump administration needs to get to the bottom of whether or not those 7 people are real, and if they are, who they are. Because leaking classified information that is very clearly designed to damage the Trump administration and potentially continue armed conflict between us and Iran is a big deal. And a journalist who would potentially make it up entirely is an even bigger deal.
Yep. Yep. I see news organizations getting ready to take a serious hit. And I'm talking about MSNBC. I'm talking about CNN. I'm even talking about Fox. I believe that we will see. I believe that we'll see a takedown of all of the big networks, including ABC, NBC, CBS. Not necessarily the local affiliates, unless there are a couple of big grandstanders. But I think the news is going to go back to what it was originally designed to do. But this is pretty cool. This is Steve Witkoff.
One of the president's key objectives is that the Abraham Accords be expanded, that more countries come into it, and we are working on that on my team and in coordination with the Secretary of State and the entire State Department. And we think we're going to have some pretty big announcements on countries that are now coming into the Abraham Peace Accords. And we're hoping for normalization across an array of countries that maybe people would have never contemplated would come in. So we're excited for that prospect. That will also be a stabilizer in the Middle East. One of the president's key.
So if Iran signs on to the Abraham Accords, that would be humongous. Absolutely humongous. Because then if Iran signs on, then Turkey will sign on. Syria. we're looking at the possibility of every country throughout that region being part of it. So we'll see. We'll see. Hey, Tennessee. Hey, Full Monty. Thanks, guys, for joining us. So if you missed the beginning of this, it was we had some good stuff to start with. So if you didn't watch the Pete Hegseth press conference this morning, it is at the top of the show, and I would recommend watching that. Rubber Duck put this up. Did you know that one day after the assassination of Seth Rich, the DNC paid CrowdStrike $98,849.84? 1 month later, Seth Rich's friend, Sean Lucas, who was a DNC process server and served the DNC with an election fraud lawsuit, was found dead. 1 day later, the DNC paid CrowdStrike $113,645.77. Podesta, DNC, CrowdStrike, Trump's perfect call, Ukraine. See how everything is connected. Did Donna Brazil and the DNC hire two undocumented MS-13 mercenaries to kill Seth Rich on July 10th of 2016? That DC Mayor Muriel Bowser covered up by having the two gunmen assassinated later that night. Did you know that Seth Rich did not die at the scene of the crime? He died later in a mysterious anonymous hospital. Did you know that both Brazil and Bowser went to the mystery hospital that night to check on the condition of Rich, yet nobody knows what hospital he died in? Were Donna Brazil and Muriel Bowser ever a couple? Just saying. Too much of this, this guy, remember this guy? This guy that they're playing off to be this great American dad. Yeah. This MS-13 assassin. I'm just saying, come on, guys. Seriously. These are the two guys. Just saying. Yeah. Too many things to overlook. Way too many things. A missile was just found under somebody's house in Los Angeles, kind to bring mind all the missiles they say that cross the border. The sheriff speaks in both English and Spanish, and I don't understand 90% of what the hell he says, so I'm not going to play it. But it's, and it's Iranian grade, remember, we had visitors come across that border. Email Bove shuts down Dick Durbin's attempt to play gotcha on Trump pardons. Here we go.
I have one last question here. Do you support President Trump's full and unconditional pardon of January 6 rioters who violently assaulted law enforcement officers?
It's not for me to question President Trump's exercise of the pardon power any more than it would be for me to question President Biden's commutation of death sentences or his pardons of drug traffickers.
Before I go to Senator, I have one last question.
Very, very clear. Yeah. It's not for me to question. So I want to share this with you guys because I thought that this was awesome. And I'll make sure that I remove the banner so that you guys can read what she's saying in case you miss anything. Give me a second to turn that banner off. Because I want you to, if you don't get to hear it, I want you to at least see it and be able to read it. This is a commencement speech.
To my counselor, thanks for teaching me to fend for myself. You were always unavailable to my parents and I, despite appointments. Only in these past few weeks, with the award ceremonies and graduation coming up, did you begin making your appearance. And might I note, you expressed to me your joy in knowing that one of your students was valedictorian when you had absolutely no role in my achievements. To the staff in the main office, thank you for teaching me how to be resourceful. Your negligence to inform me of several scholarships until the day before they were due potentially caused me to miss out on thousands of dollars. When applying for a work permit, you repeatedly turned me away, despite confirming with my employer and parents that all my paperwork was filled correctly. I've had to escalate issues with staff to an assistant principal various times to reach any sort of solution. To the teacher who was regularly intoxicated during class this year, thank you for using yourself as an example to teach students about the dangers of alcoholism. Being escorted by police out of school left a lasting impression. I hope that future students and staff learn from these examples.
It's oh my, yeah, how about that? She absolutely roasted them. Absolutely. I'm like, dang. It's oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, batshit bonkers Britain. Here we go.
Breaking news here in batshit bonkers Britain. I'm in the dodgy bit of London, where Trump has come out swinging like a silverback gorilla, saying that Iran and Israel don't know what the fuck they're doing, and has started using caps locks in his tweets, which means we know it's serious. In terms of people who don't know what they're doing, all eyes on the people of New York City, who are about to elect a hard-left Muslim mayor. Have they not seen London? Have they not seen what Sadiq Khan has done to this city? Just look around you to see. Maybe it'll give you a taster of what you're about to get. In other news, Palestine Action is now a proscribed terrorist organization. Predictably, leftist MPs and various other woke tards came out and said, "Oh, we're all Palestine Action," with their black and white tea towels all over themselves. I mean, if you're all Palestine Action, darlings, then you're all terrorists, and ideally we'd deport the lot of you. And finally, my darlings, we're told that there will be slavery debates in Parliament. So people who've never owned a slave will pay money to people who've never been a slave, which makes about as much sense as giving away an island territory and paying for the privilege. That's it, my darlings, here in batshit bonkers Britain.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Katie Hopkins, she's all that. Ted Nugent's got some words. He got some words.
An 18-year-old boy who got into bow hunting because of my TV show got a ticket because his bow case wasn't zipped up. There's a law in Michigan that wildlife policy has to be based on science. What's the science of a bow case? So I got rid of that law. When I started hunting, some man thought he had control whether I hunted out of a tree or not. Is that man in attendance here that has control over my tree climbing? No man has control over my tree climbing. There were 11 counties that it was forbidden to hunt on Sunday. Who is the man that can intervene between God's nature and my recreational sporting spirit connection to the good earth that can tell me that somehow mysteriously the hunting season ends when the sun goes down on Saturday. That's insane. So we got rid of that law. I beg you, on behalf of the people that come up to me every day, get rid of these insane violations of Prop G that says the game laws have to be based on science. And then the DNR sued me, and it said in the suit, this is funny. This is funny. They claim I had feral Russian boar. Well, for all of you who went to school in America, feral is an escaped domestic animal.
Escaped domestic animal. Just saying. He's out and speaking again. It's great to see it. I mean, not just up on YouTube, but out there in person using his voice. And he is a true patriot. And he's a true American. And I love Stranglehold. All right. Rapid response says, Ross Watt, most Americans would be shocked and appalled to learn that their tax dollars, money, they
blindness. Most Americans, it is critical that this body and the American people writ large understand that many foreign aid programs use benevolent sounding titles to hide truly appalling activity that is not in line with American interest. For example, under the guise of so-called preventative care within PEPFAR program, Americans have been funding the following: $5.5 million to LGBTQ advocacy in Uganda, $800,000 for transgender people, sex workers, and their clients in Nepal, $3.6 for LGBTQ activism, free training in pastry cooking, psychosocial counseling, a cyber cafe, and the dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti, and $1.1 million to produce Gender Transformation in Diverse Social and Behavior Change report, which advocates, again, quote, gender blindness. Most Americans would be shocked and appalled to learn that their tax dollars, money they thought was going to medical care, was actually going to far-left activism, population control, and sex workers. To be clear, no life-saving treatment will be impacted by this rescissions package. Anyone currently receiving life-saving treatment will continue to receive that treatment.
Yeah. Wasteful spending. Wasteful spending. Yeah. All right. Here we go.
Adam Schiff, this man right here, he's accused of killing New River pastor Bill Scheineman, and he admits to our camera, to our Lauren Clark, that he is responsible for that brutal murder.
He made no bones about it. He says this was part of a plan to kill 14 Christian leaders in 10 states across the country. Lauren Clark now joins us live to explain, and we've got to warn you up front, these details are disturbing.
Well, John and Ellen, first of all, before I go into the details of that interview, I want to start with the man who is the victim in this case. I think that is super important. Pastor Bill Scheineman, he was beloved in his community. This was a man, according to people who knew him really well, who would do anything to help out a person in need, a light in his community, a light that Adam Schiff admitted to me right here in the Coconino jail about 2 hours ago that he took. He showed no remorse or regret for his actions.
Led into the room in shackles, Adam Christopher Schiff admitted to murder.
Did you kill Pastor Bill Scheineman?
Yes.
He justified his actions with religion, citing his twisted belief that Christian pastors are leading people into a false path by following Jesus. He said Pastor Bill was the first in a plot he called Operation First Commandment, aimed at killing and then crucifying 14 Christian leaders across the country. He admitted that he was about to kill 2 priests at the Chapel of the Holy Cross in Sedona before he was arrested by police.
The day that I was going to execute that priest, I tried getting into the back of his car, and there was like an older lady that was on like a small little bicycle that got into my way. And I was just going to get into the back seat and tell him to drive to his house.
I asked if Adam was ever victimized by anyone in the Christian faith. He said no. He said his family is Christian and that he had a good childhood. He denied being mentally unwell. But Pastor Bill, speaking to people who knew and loved him, his family, he helped people get back on the right track in this world. He helped a woman who was living out of her car go into a house and get her life back on track. Do you think what you took was precious or valuable in any way? Adam answered that question with a religious tangent. He said he was not sorry for what he did.
Will I apologize for my actions? Absolutely not.
Adam also told me that he had used drugs before, but he did not believe that that is impacting his mental state. He also said he would be okay with execution. Reporting live here in Flagstaff, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
Wow. Yeah. That happened. Crazy. That happened. Scott Jennings.
Yeah, I'd be angry if I were him. I mean, he's the president of the United States, and now he's got a part of the bureaucracy that's leaking top secret, sensitive military information. I mean, we're in the immediate aftermath of a military exercise. This document was not produced for public consumption. It was produced for top secret internal government consumption, and now it's out in the public domain. So if I were him, I'd be mad about that, number one. Look, there's more info to come. There's 17 other intelligence agencies inside the government that have to produce some kind of information. The head of the IAEA says that substantial damage and substantial setbacks have occurred in the program. And it's no doubt that the combined efforts of both Israel and the United States have done a substantial amount of damage to Iran's capabilities here. How much damage? How long have we set them back? I think we don't know exactly yet. This very early in all this. But if I were the president,
keeps saying completely obliterated.
if I were the president and my government was leaking top secret military information after what our military did, which was execute a precision military strike, I'd be pissed.
There you go. With good reason, you know. And it was one from somebody from his network that, you know, that was one of the first people to make comments, you know. Yeah, it was that in the New York Times, right? And the MSDNC. Yeah. And we already watched that guy. So he's called for the firing of this lady here from CNN. She's the one who took a top secret intelligence report and put it on TV. Yeah. So I said, I see accountability coming for news organizations, and I see it very clear. If you don't see it yet, I don't know what to look for, you know, otherwise. And then we got the entire NATO.
They're bending over backwards, really, to accommodate the president in so many ways. They have tried to make this summit really Trump friendly. They shortened it to only one working meeting, all focused on defense spending. We hear this commitment is coming forward either in the form of a vote or some sort of a statement that will, with the exception of Spain, bring up all of these countries' defense pledges to 5%, which is huge. That was something that the president has been calling for years, and they were pushing back on. Of course, the war in Ukraine has really put Europe in a different posture, and you've seen massive developments and sort of turns in attitude, especially from countries like Germany, in trying to ramp up their defense spending and also make sure that they increase production so that they don't find themselves in a precarious position. That this war has really revealed the need for that. So not just shortening the sessions, but also making sure that the joint statement is really focused in on, you know, the core issues here and not getting muddied up in some of the other things that tend to create disputes over joint statements, trying to basically stave off any chance that the president backs away, because they see NATO as critical to their security and the U.S. commitment to NATO as really being the linchpin of that. And also just a lot of happiness to see the president. He looked very happy to greet the other leaders, and he posted on True Social that he was excited to see his European friends. I mean, what a difference from his last trip here a few years ago, guys.
Yeah, Jackie, to see the ceasefire happen, or at least hold in Iran and Israel, great news. Now, when it comes to a ceasefire with Russia and with Ukraine, is that the point of the meeting today? Is that the goal? Is Zelensky there to try to get Trump to convince Vladimir Putin?
No, actually, he wasn't. He was there because he was meeting with Keir Starmer in order to arrange help from Europe, from Britain, from the UK, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. All right. So, Representative Stanton called her a two-time loser because she didn't win in Arizona, right? Yeah. Well,
what the editorial content is. And I would hope that you would not be okay with that. They could literally put out a lie about anybody here. And I know you've been the victim of that. I remember the stories about you where they said you had a gay lover and those were going
Mr.
out.
Chairman.
Can I?
I hope you honor what you just gave as a caution to everyone. And I moved those words
To tell you those kind of lies, and you said those were lies, those kind of lies could be broadcast today on VOA, and you couldn't pick up the phone, Representative Stanton, and call them and say, hey, you're putting out lies about me. You would not be able to do that because they would sue you for breaking the firewall.
Bam. She put him in his freaking place. And this is the guy right here. Right?
You told your supporters, Richer and fellow Republican County Supervisor Bill Gates, that they, quote, sabotaged Election Day. You accused them of deliberately printing the wrong image on ballots to jam tabulators and injecting hundreds of thousands of phony ballots. What a joke. And here's the thing, Miss Lake. When it came down to it, you chickened out. You refused to defend those lies in court. You decided to take a default judgment. You are an adjudicated liar and a two-time political
Chairman, I'm going to
loser
take down
in
those
Arizona.
those
I have
words,
one
please.
final question.
Chairman,
Reclaiming my time.
I'd like
I
to
have one
take
final
down
question.
those
I gotta
words.
yield.
It's the gentleman's
30 seconds. I have one final question for you,
Call
Ms.
someone a
Lake. You have
liar.
a chance
That's
to
not
answer.
how
Let me
you
one
treat
final
other
question.
people that
The
are being
gentlelady will suspend, please. Go ahead. You may
You
continue.
lost for governor in 2022 to Katie Hobbs. You lost even worse to Ruben Gallego for Senate in 2024. Well, Arizona has another election for governor next year. Will you do us all a favor and run it back and run for governor again? I yield.
The gentlelady,
no more questions.
Can I respond to some of that? Because that was complete insanity. I wish I could yield back the last 5 minutes of my life, actually. And I want to apologize to the people of Arizona that we have somebody who's representing the folks in one of our great parts of the Valley that doesn't care about the integrity of our election. So but you weren't here, you came in late, and we're talking about USA Jam today, the Agency for Global Media, and how they can put out absolute abject lies, and we can't control we have no say over what the editorial content is. And I would hope that you would not be okay with that. They could literally put out a lie about anybody here. And I know you've been the victim of that.
You've already heard the beginning of what she said.
Those kind of lies could be broadcast today on VOA, and you couldn't pick up the phone, Representative Stanton, and call them and say, hey, you're putting out lies about me. You would not be able to do that because they would sue you for breaking the firewall. So lies are being told on Voice of America. It's inappropriate. You've been subjected to lies that you said were lies about you in the media before. And how would you like it if those lies were put on Voice of America right now? Because they could do it and you couldn't do a thing about it. You couldn't stop it. You couldn't stop all those lies that you said were said about you if they went on Voice of America today. You'd have to sit and take it.
Okay, I thank the gentlelady, and I appreciate the dialogue. Ruling on the member, she was responding, and I thought rather complimentary that in fact those were untrue, and she was defending that. So
That's what he says.
I'll leave it as that. If I think Mr. Stanton would agree that those were untrue statements, and she said so.
Yeah. So not only did he get smacked down by Kerry, but then he got smacked down by the chairman. Okay. You want to talk about a two-time loser? There you go. I'm just saying. He got the smackdown twice. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Patriot Dad EV 2.0.
So if a district court judge has made a decision that he's just going to ignore a Supreme Court ruling to continue to protect a handful of illegal criminal immigrants in the country, the question is, does the judicial branch even have any legitimacy at all? Because Chief Justice Roberts is too weak to rein in these district court judges who are engaging in a judicial coup, and there's no question about what they're doing. We now have Judge Brian Murphy, who's decided to issue a nationwide injunction stopping the Trump administration from deporting criminal illegal immigrants to a third nation when their home country refuses to take them back. Following Judge Murphy's initial ruling, which issued a nationwide injunction, the Trump administration appealed to the Supreme Court. And just yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled that they are well within their constitutional authority to deport these criminal illegal immigrants to any country they want. It doesn't matter. They're allowed to do it. And yet this judge, who, by the way, was jammed through in the 11th hour as part of the package that Chuck Schumer pushed through when they realized that they had to come up with some plan to stop the Trump administration. And the auto pen was a lame duck and was asleep half the time. And even after the Supreme Court ruled, Judge Murphy said, I don't care. I'm going to issue another order requiring the government to keep all 7 of those criminal illegal immigrants in the country. And thanks to Senator Schmidt, we now know the background of those 7 illegal immigrants that Judge Murphy is ignoring the Supreme Court ruling and requiring the Trump administration to keep here. 7 of them. One of them is an arsonist, an armed robber. One of them has unalived an elderly woman. 2 more of those people, a child rapist, and a rapist of somebody with special needs. Those are the types of people that the judges engaging in a judicial coup have decided to destroy the entire legitimacy of the judicial branch over. That's who they're protecting.
Yeah. Yeah. Not anytime soon, Dean. Not anytime soon. All right. Observing consciousness. Trump post decode. And this is going to be a doozy. This is going to be a doozy. This is going to be like our decode yesterday. This one's going to take a couple of minutes. Just a couple. All right. So, kaboom is Trump post decode. They thought Trump was protecting Bibi. He was staging the fall. Iran's nukes were erased. Now Israel walks into the theater of exposure. Praise was the setup. The trial is the detonation. Thread, a systems dynamics decode begins. That's a lot of words. What I want to do is I want to open this up into a, well, that is not exactly the opposite of what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And that's what I wanted. All right, because I can make it bigger, see? Breaking news. Okay. Now, I want you to understand that there's a message behind this message. And we're going to go into that after I read this message. So don't freak out until after I finish. Then you can freak out. All right. But not yet. Hold on to it. All right. Put a rein on your giddy up and go. Put a rein on it. Here we go. Donald J. Trump. Breaking news. I was shocked to hear that the state of Israel, which has just had one of its greatest moments in history and is strongly led by Bibi Netanyahu, is continuing its ridiculous witch hunt against their great wartime prime minister. Bibi and I just went through hell together, fighting a very tough and brilliant longtime enemy of Israel, Iran. And Bibi could not have been better, sharper, or stronger in his love for the incredible Holy Land. Anybody else would have suffered losses, embarrassment, and chaos. Bibi Netanyahu was a warrior. Now, I want you guys to notice certain words have capital letters. Okay? So, bear with me. Okay? We got all these capital letters. Okay? All these capital letters. All right? So, Bibi Netanyahu was a warrior, like perhaps no other warrior in the history of Israel. And the result was something that nobody thought was possible, a complete elimination of potentially one of the biggest and most powerful nuclear weapons anywhere in the world. And it was going to happen soon. Now, I have a particular affinity for the word soon. I do, because Jesus said, I'll be back soon. Okay, where was I? Oh, yeah, right here. We were fighting literally for the survival of Israel, and there is nobody in Israel's history that fought harder or more competently than Bibi Netanyahu. We're not going to mention David or Jesus, okay. All right. Despite all of this, I just learned that Bibi has been summoned to court on Monday for the continuation of this long running. He has been going through this horror show since May of 2020. Unheard of. This is the first time a sitting Israeli prime minister has ever been on trial. But this is okay. So for the continuation of this long running, politically motivated case concerning cigars, a Bugs Bunny doll, and numerous other unfair charges in order to do him great harm. Such a witch hunt, he's using that word, those words again, for a man who has given so much is unthinkable to me. He deserves much better than this, and so does the state of Israel. Notice not the country of Israel, but the state of Israel. Okay. Bibi Netanyahu's trial should be canceled immediately, or a pardon given to a great hero who has done so much for the state. Perhaps there is no one that I know who could have worked in better harmony with the President of the United States, me, than Bibi Netanyahu. It was the United States of America that saved Israel, and now it is going to be the United States of America that saves Bibi Netanyahu. This travesty of justice cannot be allowed. Okay, now. Trump lights the fuse. Breaking news. This isn't for the normies, it's for the tuned in. The caps mean signal. The structure is loud on purpose. This isn't an opinion about Bibi. It's a timed narrative move. It's a marker in the op. The state of Israel has just had one of its greatest moments in history. We're not talking about politics or polls. He's signaling the Iran strike. 3 nuclear facilities offline in one night. Fordo, Natanz, Esfahan, with no retaliation, no leaks. That silence is the real headline. And so, number 3, and is so strongly led by Bibi Netanyahu, the praise is staged. Trump amps it up when collapse is inbound. The higher the pedestal, the harder the fall. That's the point. Bibi's role was to carry the illusion until the timing flipped. It just flipped. Bibi was a warrior. All caps means code. Not a compliment, a designation like renegade. Bibi played his part, ran the line, and held the optics. That's over now. Warrior means asset. And this one just hit end of mission. Complete elimination of potentially one of the biggest and most powerful nuclear weapons anywhere in the world. This is confirmation. The Iran op wasn't for headlines. It was for permanent disarmament. Those facilities were real on both sides. The takedown was quiet for a reason. Trump just validated the scale. Okay. And then this is, the Big Blue high explosive bomb released, guided to the target by GPS satellite. Tungsten tipper warhead enables the bomb to punch through solid rock. Explosive or high explosive detonation shatters reinforced concrete bunker. Fact file, total weight 30,000 pounds. Weight of explosives 6,000 pounds. Length 20 foot long. Depth of penetration 200 feet. One after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next, after the next. Hegseth said the first one took away the concrete barriers. The second, third, fourth, and fifth each penetrated a minimum of 200 feet farther than the last. Number 6, I just learned that Bibi has been summoned to court. Here's the payload. He acts surprised, but this is prepped. The trial isn't legal. It's narrative exposure. The Israeli justice system is being weaponized to eat its own. Bibi's fall is now the delivery system. This horror show since May of 2020, unheard of. May 2020 is the marker. That's when COOP and the COG kicked in, continuity of government. Okay, the coup and continuity of government kicked in, activated, not just for America, global threads activated. That's when we began seeing all the action going on in every single country around the world. We all saw it. We all started seeing different things, and we started bringing it all to the table. Okay, so our plate's been full for a long time, right, guys? All right. So not just for America, global threads activated. Trump drops the date to link timelines. What began in silence is surfacing in courtrooms. Okay. Politically motivated case concerning cigars. A Bugs Bunny doll. Absurd by design. This is the inversion tactic. Show trials that look like cartoons. Bugs Bunny isn't random. It's signal. Clown optics force the public to question the system, which we've been seeing. The ridicule is the reveal. More below. All right. He has done so much for the state of Israel. This is the handoff. Trump's giving Bibi a character send-off, not for loyalty, for narrative closure. The structure used Bibi to hold the illusion. Now that same structure flips and devours him. Number 10, Bibi Netanyahu's trial should be canceled immediately or a pardon given. He knows that won't happen. This is trap logic. Trump issues the challenge, so the system is forced to show its hand. The refusal is the point. It confirms weaponization in public view, meaning they can't they can't give him a pardon. If they followed what Trump said, it's then oh yeah, that would be like, oh my Lord, So number 11, there is no one that I know who could have worked in partnership than Bibi Netanyahu. Now he links timelines. Trump and Bibi, two theater leads on mirrored stages. One running the U.S. arc, the other running the Israel arc, both reaching collapse simultaneously. This travesty of justice cannot be allowed to happen. Caps mean detonation. As I have said, he's framing the show for what it is. It's not a defense plea. It's a narrative bait. He's inviting the courts to proceed because their overreach is what red pills the masses, making the enemy reveal itself farther and farther. It's Sun Tzu. If an enemy is destroying itself, you don't get in the way. You don't stop them. You let them do it. This wasn't a defense of Bibi. It was a controlled collapse announcement. The praise sets the emotional stage. The trial delivers the shock. Bibi isn't the end target. The system that shielded him is. And that system is eating its own on cue. Israel's untouchability myth is breaking. The nuclear shield is gone. The curtain has fallen. The system is exposing itself from the inside, and Trump just lit the perimeter on fire for all to see. Trump's post was coded exposure. Iran's nuclear leverage erased. Bibi's fall activated. The courts become the stage. The system becomes the villain. One node collapses and the rest follow. The heat is on and the mask is melting. End. It's a lot. But I'm telling you, there's a lot more to Bibi Netanyahu than and that entire narrative than we know. A lot more. All right. And then there's this.
Party's over. Dad's home.
They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easy to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Everyone's sort of like.
Trump ended the 12-day war, and now Europe's calling him Daddy. And Daddy likes it.
Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you Daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No? He did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
The media said Daddy was going to leave the family. But look at him front and center in the family photo. They said he was going to abandon NATO, but America first doesn't mean America alone. And now the Europeans can't stop saying, thank you, Daddy.
You are a man of strength, but you're also a man of peace. And the fact that you are now also successful in getting this ceasefire done between Israel and Iran, I really want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
And I think this is important for the whole world. Then on spending, it's absolutely true. I want to state here, without President Trump, this would not have happened.
Europe's thanking Trump for making them spend more money. Happy wife, happy life. But Trump, like a gentleman, says it's all about the guys in the cockpit.
The pilots did an unbelievable job like nobody's ever seen. They hit pay dirt. You see where I guess you probably look, they call it the wound. You see where the wound is on the earth. And 3 of them right next to each other. Perfect. And they should be admired and respected for what they did. And the fake news, in order to try and hit me, the fake news made them look bad. But now they look really good again.
37-hour flight, 13,000 miles above the ground, and they hit a target the size of a washing machine. And instead of lining up interviews with these heroes, CNN's saying they missed and the bombs were duds. Have you ever heard of an American bomb that didn't work? If that bomb is American made, it's going off. We dropped these bunker busters into the ventilation shaft. These suckers slid down the shaft untouched, detonated in the middle of the lab. We basically slid a stick of dynamite down a chimney, and the media is claiming the living room's still intact.
This was an unbelievable hit by genius pilots and genius people in the military, and they're not being given credit for it because we have scum that's in this group, and not all of you are. You had some great reporters, but you have scum. CNN is scum. MSDNC is scum. The New York Times is scum. They're bad people. They're sick. And what they've done is they're trying to make this unbelievable victory into something less. Steve?
What? The president is live? Hang on. Let me get there. Let me get there. Hang on. Dang nabbit. Let me get there. Why isn't it loading? Probably 10 million people watching. Come on. It's not my signal. This is coming from X. There we go. All right, let's rewind him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a good-looking group behind me. This group isn't too bad either. Very nice. Nice to be with you. Beautiful, right? Beautiful. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here to support one of the most important pieces of legislation in the history of our country. And that's everybody saying that, virtually everybody. The one big, beautiful bill to secure our borders, turbocharge our economy, and bring back the American dream. That's what's happening too. It's met with tremendous approval and reception. And when we were thinking about doing it, we were going to break it down into 3, 4, 5, 6, or even 7 bills. And I said, let's make it one big, beautiful bill, Mike, right? They actually said it would be very much harder to get this way, but it would be better. And the truth is, I think it worked out well because there's something for everybody. And I think in many ways, much better. We're delighted to be joined by Secretaries Marco Rubio, Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, Doug Burgum, Doug Collins, Sean Duffy, Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, Brooke Rollins, Scott Turner, Chris Wright. Wow, that's a hell of a group. I think that's the biggest group of cabinet members. That's the biggest group of cabinet, and we're not finished yet because we have our great Attorney General Pam Bondi here. U.S. Trade Representative, and he's working around 24 hours. We have them one after another. Countries come. Everybody wants to be with us because we have the hottest country in the world. A year ago, we had a disaster on our hand. We had the coldest country, I think, by far. And now we have the hottest, the King of Saudi Arabia. When I was there, we brought back 5.1 trillion between Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. And all three said, great leaders, they all said to me the same thing. You know, it's amazing. In 4 months at that time, now it's getting to be close to 6. But in 4 months, they said, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's not even close. And they thought we were dead a year before that. They said, I thought you were dead. The country was dead. And it was pretty close to it. But we have the hottest country in the world, so it's great. And Trade Representative Jamieson Greer is very busy because, where are you, Jamieson? Everybody wants to make a deal and have a part of it, right? I know you and Howard and Scott are working overtime, making deals with other countries. Remember a few months ago, the press was saying, do you really have anybody of any interest? Well, we just signed with China yesterday, right? Just signed with China. We have everybody. We're not going to make deals with everybody. Some we're just going to send them a letter, say, thank you very much. You're going to pay 25, 35, 45%. That's the easy way to do it. And my people don't want to do it that way. They want to do some of it, but they want to make more deals than I would do. But we're having some great deals. We have one coming up, maybe with India, very big one, where we're going to open up India. In the China deal, we're starting to open up China, things that never really could have happened. And the relationship with every country has been very good. And we also have OMB Director, who's very busy also, Russ Vought. Thank you. Thank you, Russ. And also, I want to give a very special thank you. This is a hell of a group we have here. This is amazing, the quality of people. But actually, I like these people and most of those people much better than the people I just named, okay? But a very special thanks as well to Speaker Mike Johnson, who's a great, legendary guy. He's going to go down as a legend. A great friend of mine, a fantastic Senator Roger Marshall, wherever you may be. Roger, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bernie Moreno, great win Bernie had in Ohio. Bernie, great win. That was a tough race. They said that was not winnable, and he won by about 5 points, so that was pretty good. So much for not winnable. Mike Lee is here. Mike, hi, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Tim Sheehy, another tremendous win. Way to go, Tim. Young, handsome. That was another race that wasn't supposed to be able to be won. They said, well, we have a very young, handsome guy. I said, does that matter? Looks don't matter, do they, Mike? Looks. Anyway, great job. You can't help it. You can't help it. Great. That was a great race, along with Representatives Paul Gosar, Greg Murphy, Tom Kaine, Jen Kiggins, Rob Bresnahan, who's where is Rob? Stand up, Rob. Let me see you. Good. He's done a fantastic job. And Ryan McKenzie. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you all. That's great. It's a big group of people. We're here this afternoon to share the stories of an incredible group of patriots from across the nation whose future we are defending with the one big, beautiful bill.
I got to interject here. He really should say right now, it would like be the absolute most mic droppable ever. Who's your daddy?
This is the ultimate codification of our agenda to, very simply, a phrase that's been used pretty well by me over the last 10 years, but maybe even before that, make America great again. Very simple, make America great again. When Joe Biden used to get up and say, we will stop this horrible MAGA. We're going to stop MAGA. We're going to fight it. I said, Joe, loosen up. It's called Make America Great Again. It's okay. Remember that he got up so angry. He was so angry. He said, make America great again. But we'll deliver a record tax cut, a record spending cut, a record investment in border security. We've done so well on the border. You know, last month we had 0 people that crossed the border. 0. So Christy and Tom Homan and some of the people, what a job you've done. But you know, people forget about that. They don't care. The border's been fixed. I wanted to talk about the border 2 days ago at a big group. Sir, they don't want to hear about the border. Why? It's fixed. You know, it's the second time it happened to me. In 2016, I won on the border. I fixed it in about 3 months. It was beautiful. And they wouldn't let me talk about the border. Sir, nobody wants to hear about the border. But we're going to talk about it anyway. Right, Tom Homan? We're talking about it anyway. So we have a big number of dollars that's coming here because we want to keep it that way and we want to keep it fixed, and a record number of deportations. We're bringing criminals out by the thousands. Nobody can even imagine. They let people in that were murderers, 11,888 murderers, gang members, people from mental institutions and insane asylum. You know what that is? That's insane asylum. That's a mental institution on steroids. During the campaign, I talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. You know who that is? Hannibal Lecter. Silence of the Lambs. I'd talk about it and the fake news would go crazy. Why does he keep mentioning? Well, because we won in a landslide. That's why they don't want to have Hannibal in our midst. And the day I signed this bill into law, almost every major promise made in the 2024 campaign already will have become a promise kept. And that's very important. Promises made, promises kept. And according to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for the normal family of four by at least $13,000, and that takes place immediately. That's not bad, right? Look, I'm looking at that guy back there, right? That's pretty good. And if we had a person over at the Fed that would lower interest rates a little bit, that would be helpful too. It's hard to believe. This is on top of, we have to fight this guy. He's not doing the job. Each point that he keeps it up is the equivalent of $300 billion. $300 billion. So if he loaded two, it would save $600 billion. We have to work hard with cuts on that, right? That's a lot of cutting. And this guy could do it so easily. We don't have inflation. Well, we might have inflation. Yeah, and if you do, you raise the rate a little bit. That's okay. But we're going out because Biden gave us a lot of short-term debt. And in giving us short-term debt, he did us no favor. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably just extend the short-term debt and then go out, because I don't want to tie it up for 10 or 15 years at a high rate. But every point is it's really more, is 300 billion. So if we got it down to 1%, we're talking about almost $1 trillion in saving just with the stroke of a pen. No work, no missing anything, just like an accounting situation. Oh, Doug Collins, I just see Doug. Did I mention you, Doug? I don't think so. I'm glad I saw you. I'm glad that somebody's going to be in big trouble with you. They didn't write your name down, Doug. Somebody's in, I got you. So we think of that, though. We save, and all you have to do, it's so simple. I'm explaining to this guy, and Biden extended him. That wasn't good. I'm explaining to him, you can do so much for our country. You could save $1 trillion just with a stroke of a pen, just the utterance of a sentence that we're going to be cutting. It's a shame. It's a shame. We're one of the highest. We should be the lowest. We're the United States of America. We'd have money coming in like at levels that they have never seen. I got a call the other day from the people in Congress because we're doing our bill. I didn't even tell you this, Mike, and they called. They said, there's something wrong with the numbers, sir. I said, what's wrong? I don't know. They're not balancing out. There's something really wrong. I said, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, we don't know. I said, what's the problem? We're taking in much more money than we have scheduled. I said, so far, that sounds good. They said, how much is it? About $80 billion. I said, do me a favor, check the tariff line. They called me back an hour later. Sir, we've taken in $88 billion in tariffs. Isn't that a beautiful thing? 88 billion. I thought I'd tell these little stories. Go off script and tell these little stories, Scott, right? Because it does make it a little more interesting. Although my speechwriters have just gotten every award in the book. Vince, where are you, Vince? Good. Where are we? Where's Ross? He's gotten all these awards and I'm going off the record all the time. Where is he? He didn't show up to the speech. He wrote the speech. He didn't show. Well, that means he has confidence in me. According to the Council of Economic Advisors, these reforms will protect or create more than 7 million jobs, add 3.1% to economic growth, reduce taxes for the typical American by nearly 15%, and increase take-home pay for a normal family by an incredible $13,000. All of these things are happening. And by the way, there's no inflation. All of the numbers I gave you, all of the money that's coming in, and maybe more importantly than the billions of dollars we're taking in with tariffs, is the fact that we've got hundreds of plants going up all over the United States that never would have been here. I was with Howard and Scott and Texas Instruments the other day, and the head of Texas Instruments, they're going to spend $60 billion in the United States. And he said, sir, please don't do it to me. And I looked at him, I knew exactly what he meant. He said, you mean tariffs, right? He said, that's right. If you ever get rid of those tariffs, you've cost me a fortune. They're all coming in because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're coming in at levels. And it only works for the United States because it doesn't work for other countries, but it works for us. We have a record investment. We have records and everything. And when these places open up, that's bigger than the $15 trillion that I'm talking about. You don't see it right away. But bigger is the fact that they're all coming in, they're building their factories, the AI factories and the auto plants. We have auto plants that are closing up in other countries. I don't want to specifically name the countries, but you know who they are. And they're coming into the US and they're opening up and building like nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't call it a miracle. I call it, this should have been done 40 years ago. We would have never lost our auto. We lost 50% of our auto industry to China, Mexico, Canada, and various other countries. Should have never happened if you had a president that said, we're going to charge you tariffs. You're not going to build next to us. Send it in and take away our jobs. If you would have said 25, 50, or 100% tariff, not one company would have left. But they weren't business people. They were politicians, not very good ones and some good ones, but some really not good at anything, to be honest with you. We're going to stop the largest tax hike, and we're going to do that in history. This would be, if the bill doesn't pass, there'll be a 68% tax increase. Think of that, 68%, which would be the largest in history by about 40 points. And we'll make the Trump tax cuts permanent, expand the child tax credit, and we will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Among the countless citizens who will benefit from these tax cuts is Malachi Krzyzewski, a devoted mom and DoorDash driver from Ripon, Wisconsin, who uses her tip income to support her son. To think of that, no tax on tips. And it was a very big problem. I was at a dinner in my beautiful building in Las Vegas, and unrelated to this, and I said, what's going on? I will never say good looking waitress, because looks don't matter anymore, you know, in our modern society. She happened to be beautiful, but I won't say that. I won't mention that. But nevertheless, a waitress came over and I said, how are you doing? She said, not good, sir. Why? The government is killing me on tips. And she looked at me, she said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it again. There should be no tax on tips. I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. I walked outside. The press was there, as always, waiting for something bad to happen, hundreds of them. I said, ladies and gentlemen, please announce tonight there will be no tax on tips. And a legend was made. We won Nevada by so much. Republicans don't win Nevada. We won Nevada. So I want to thank that young, beautiful waitress. Thank you very much. But with no tax on tips and other cuts, this bill will save Malachi thousands of dollars per year, enabling her to achieve her goal of visiting every U.S. state with her son. She wants to visit every state by the time he's 18 years old. So, Malachi, it sounds to me like you're off to a fantastic start. And where are you, Malachi? Where are you? Congratulations. Thank you. Also with us today is Luke Wilson, a 23-year-old electrical lineman. He loves being an electrician, but in this case, the lineman. And these are guys that take big risk, and it's hard stuff. But if you know what you're doing, it's fine. He's from Harmony, Pennsylvania, as well as Dee Sova, a truck driver from Springfield, Missouri, where, by the way, our beautiful planes landed, our B-2s. They landed after 36 hours of flying. Great going, Pete. And they hit the target. And they hit the target, and the target has now been proven to be obliterated, just as we said. We had little fake news from CNN. Thank you very much, CNN, for that. With 3 million miles of driving under her belt, who mentors other women in her industry. And I just want to say, Luke and Dee spend countless hours working overtime to help make this country run. And this bill, the typical overtime worker like them will take home nearly $1,500 extra every single year. So you're talking about at least $1,500, and there will be no harassment because you were being harassed by the Democrats. So Luke and Dee, congratulations to you both. Thank you very much. Congratulations, wherever you may be. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also with us is James Benson, a third-generation auto worker from Belleville, Michigan, who has spent 26 years at Ford Motor Company, which is doing very well. They have a lot of plants in this country. If you have plants in this country, you're going to make a lot of money. And is a member of a tremendous group of people, auto workers. And I'll tell you, we love these people. Auto workers for Trump, and I came through for them, but they were with me long before I really thought. A lot of people said, is he going to run again? Will he run? They've always been with me, the auto workers. James was a lifelong Democrat until 2017 when he saw the benefits of our tax law. And he also liked Trump. Now, sometimes they can like the law, but if they don't like the candidate, it's not going to matter, right? Is that right, Marco? Marco knows, because he has been one hell of a great Secretary of State, right? Stand up, Marco. Everybody respects Marco, right? Everybody respects him. Now we're delivering an even bigger win for the auto workers by making interest on car payments fully tax deductible. You know, that's something only rich people seem to have gotten. I said, you know, and that was my idea. It's pretty simple. But I said, you know, the rich people, they always looking for deductions. We want deductions. Linda, did I say, will you please stand up? Linda McMahon. So great. How much is Harvard going to be charged? How much are you asking for Harvard? Because they really have violated a lot of different caveats, haven't they? Huh? A lot, like a lot. They've been given $5 billion over the years. Can you imagine? And that's over a short number of years. That's just the beginning. They have $52 billion sitting in the bank, and they haven't been nice to our country. So I want to thank Linda McMahon, who's been really fantastic. But I said on interest, I said, why couldn't we, if a car is made in the United States only, because otherwise we don't care if it's made someplace else, give the people that buy the car a deduction on the interest that they're paying to buy the car. And people said, what a great idea. It's so simple. It's like the paperclip. Somebody came up with the idea of a paperclip many years ago, 1817, and he became a very rich person. And everybody looked at it and said, why the hell didn't I think of that? But it's like the paperclip, but only if the car is made in America. Remember that, James. We're going to keep those Michigan auto factories roaring. And as you know, we won Michigan by a lot, Susie, right? We won Michigan by a big margin, and something that typically is not easy, but I think we've won it. I actually think we've won it 3 times in a row. So it's been a great state, but a big factor with the auto workers. They went with us very big, and I love them. The One Big Beautiful Bill will also be an incredible victory for American farmers, another group that we did great with, especially family farmers like James Cullifer of Virginia Beach. Our bill will provide 100% expensing so they can buy a new farm equipment. And by the way, the expensing is good for everybody, not just farmers. And it'll virtually eliminate the so-called estate tax or the death tax. So you have a farm, you leave it to your children. If you like the children, you leave it. If you don't worry about the details. No, some people don't want to leave them. They don't like their kids, you know? Anybody in here not liking their children, farmers? But if you like your kids, you want to leave it. And a lot of times what was happening before I got there, because I put this in the first tax bill, as you know, but people would die, they'd leave their farm. There was no cash, but there was value to the farm, sometimes good value. It's called real estate rich and cash poor. And the kids had no money, and they'd be foreclosed out by a bank. They'd borrow money to pay the estate tax. You don't have to pay estate tax anymore. That's pretty big stuff. So for the farmers and for others in small business, it's great. But James's family has been working the land for generations. And with this bill, we will ensure that family farms like his can stay in the family for many generations to come. Where's James? James, around? Where's James? Yeah. That's great. And you know what I mean, James, right? People pass away, they love their kids or whoever they're leaving, but they love their kids especially. And you won't have the family farmer anymore the long time because they were losing them to the banks, and they were losing them at record numbers. Not going to happen anymore. There's no tax. We're also going to empower American parents by expanding opportunity scholarships to provide school choice. School choice is a big deal. And we just got school working with the governor of Texas, as you know, Greg Abbott. We just had it passed in Texas. And I know about that. Somebody said, yeah, that was a big deal. They've been trying to get it for 9 years. And they asked me if I'd call the legislature, Republicans in the legislature, and I did. And I gave them a pep talk, and everybody voted for it. First time they were shocked. but they never asked me to call them before. This was the first time, and they got it passed, right, Susie? It was amazing. And it was something that Dan and Greg and everybody, they really wanted it. And Ted Cruz wanted it badly. They all wanted it. So we got it in Texas, but you're going to have it. More and more people are talking about school choice. Good thing. This will be the godsend for mothers like Angelina Banks from Philadelphia. Where's Angelina? Where is Angelina? Oh. Oh. Oh, you are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back. Okay. Where's Ange? Come on over here, Angelina. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow. How are you? I won't ask you where you've been, okay? I promise. But it's great to have you. It's great to have. I mentioned your name. I said, "Where's Angelina?" He said, "She'll be right back, sir." Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Aubrey and Ava Jane, Angelina says the tax relief for childcare and education are a foundation for stability and dignity. I think those were your words, right? Stability and dignity. Good words for her family. And with the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're delivering both, empowering hundreds of thousands of families to choose the public, private, charter, religious school or the home school of their choice. And Angelina, thank you very much for being with us. Beautiful. Beautiful. So this bill will also be the single most important piece of border legislation ever to cross the floor of Congress. We will hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And these people are great. I tell you what, I got to know a lot of them. And we have tremendous representation. They've been for me from day one. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but they endorsed me when I first ran, almost at the beginning. And they weren't sure if they were allowed to endorse me. And they said, "We don't care, we're endorsing you." But they were great, and they've been my friends ever since. But think of that. So we're going to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol officers, 10,000 new ICE agents. And, you know, these ICE guys, they go into war zones, and they're tough, and they love our country. And if you're not going to be tough, you're not going to do well. But they are tough, and they'll break into a pack, and they call them a pack. Some of these packs come out of the jails of Venezuela. They come from places that you don't want to know about. They're gang members that have been all sent in here through Biden's open door stupid policy. The dumbest policy, I think, well, we have a lot of dumb policies, but the worst, I think, is open borders, where anybody comes into our country totally unvetted, totally unchecked. And they're drug dealers, and they're people that we don't want them. And they're murderers, you know, they're murderers. I told you, over 11,000 murderers. They're in here. 50% of those, by the way, murdered more than one person. And they came in, no check-in, no anything. It's so sad what that man has done to this country. We should never forget it, okay? We should never, ever forget it. With that whole group of people, I don't even think it was him. He didn't believe in open borders. He didn't believe in men playing in women's sports or transgender for everybody. But what that group of people has done to this country will never, ever, I don't think we can ever allow history to forget it. What they've done to us is so sad. We're going to fully fund the final sections of Border Wall, impose a new remittance tax on money sent back to foreign countries, and dramatically increase deportations to a bare minimum of 1 million illegal aliens per year. And what we're doing is we're really going after the criminal aliens, of which we have plenty to work with. People say, well, that's a lot, isn't it? Well, remember, these countries are very smart. They're headed up by people I know. In almost all cases, they're very smart people. And they have the people of great common sense. They're not sending the good people out. They're sending the bad people out. And they put them into caravans. I think I came up with that name, but somebody did. It's a great name, a caravan. Thousands and sometimes as many as 30,000 people walking right into our country. Again, last month we had none. Think of that. It's almost, people say it's almost impossible. But they come in, and at a minimum, they're not people that work very hard. They're people that are on welfare. They don't want them. They don't want them. They give them to us. It's incredible what's happened, and it's so sad to see. It's so sad. Could make you just sick to your stomach when you think about it. I was going to say it could make you cry, but I like to pretend I never cry. I don't want to be a crier, but it makes you sick to think of what they did. What they did to us is just sick. And guys, if we didn't have a Tom Homan, and if we didn't have some of the guys that we have working so hard and dangerously, the country wouldn't stand a chance. But we're getting them out, not as fast as they came in, because they came in and you'd see hundreds of thousands of the country in a day. But we're getting them out. And here today is Angel Dad Joe Abraham, the Angel Moms and Angel Dads. These are incredible people. They lost their precious 20-year-old daughter, Katie, in a hit and run after she was struck by an illegal alien from Guatemala. Katie was stopped at a traffic light, rear-ended, full force, going 60, 70 miles an hour right into the back of her car while she stopped. And she died immediately. And her killer, I think you could really say the killer, fled the scene. And Joe, we will end this invasion once and for all. And we're always going to remember the memory of Katie, that beautiful, beautiful 20-year-old daughter of yours. Where's Joe? Is he around here? Joe? Come here, Joe. Come here. Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Thank you, Joe, very much. Also with us is Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas, who lost her brother to the fentanyl epidemic that has inundated her small town. Our bill provides billions and billions of dollars to stop fentanyl and other illicit narcotics. We're also charging other countries like Mexico, Canada, and China billions of dollars in taxes that we put on because they've allowed people that are selling fentanyl to go through their countries, or in the case of China, they send it here, and paying a lot of money at least, but would rather stop it. I think we're doing a big job of that, but would rather stop it. And other illicit narcotics pouring across the border and stealing more American lives. And thank you. Sarah will not rest until that fight is done. We're going to get that fight done. Sarah Stewart is where? Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Beautiful. Thank you. Good guy, huh? Yeah, I can see that. I also want to thank the president of the National Border Patrol. His name is Paul Perez. He's been with me from the beginning, and Brandon before him. These are great people. I've gotten very friendly with some of these people from Border Patrol and ICE because I'd call them once every 2 or 3 days. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? If you remember, Kamala was the border czar, and in 4 years, she never made one call to Paul or Brandon or anybody else. And I'd like to have Paul come up, say a couple of words. If you're here, Paul. Where are you, Paul? Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
President Trump made promises that he's kept. Now it's time for Congress to back him up. We need to end the chaotic and recklessness that Biden allowed into this country. The millions of people that are out there, we're going to get with this big, beautiful bill. We've got the funding, we've got the technology, we need everything in that bill to get it done so that no more families are victimized. And those that have victimized families, we can go get them out with ICE. Our officers and agents are not afraid. We're ready to take this fight to them, and we've been so because of President Trump's leadership. Thank you, sir.
He's been a great friend of the country. He really has. And he's worked with Tom Homan and Christie and all the people that work so hard. They have been incredible. And, I wasn't going to do this, but I see Tom Homan is sitting there and, I have to call him up. Look at that. I don't call up the Speaker of the House. I don't call up Marco or Peter or anyone. But I want to call this guy because this guy is keeping us very, very safe. Come on up.
Well, look, I think this issue of the big, beautiful bill should be nonpartisan. I don't know what the hell's the matter with everybody up in Congress? People are dying every day. ICE is arresting 3 times as many criminals that the Biden administration did. We're taking public safety threats and national security threats off the street every single day. Well, we got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal histories walking the streets of this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers. This should be a no-brainer. The more resources we get, if we get this bill passed, we got more agents on the road. We buy more beds, we get more transportation flights. More agents mean more bad guys arrested, taken off the streets of this country every single day. Every day we arrest a public safety threat or national security threat. This makes this country much safer. Who the hell would be against that? And I get irritated, I get pissed off because I'm sick of meeting angel moms and dads. You want to talk about family separation? They bury their children. So I've done this since 1984. I've worked for 6 different presidents. No one has had the success of the Trump administration. We got the most secure border in the history of this nation today. But we need more border wall. Border walls save lives. Women and children can't get over that wall, which means they go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's waiting on them? The men and women of the Border Patrol who take care of the humanitarian needs and save their lives. We already got fentanyl seizures down half. Fentanyl seizures should be 100%. We should have 0 fentanyl coming to this country. We need money to help secure that border at a higher level. Stop the fentanyl from coming in. Stop the sex trafficking of women and children. Stop the known suspected terrorists coming across that border. Right now, I was looking at the stats today. ICE is arresting a record number of known suspected terrorists in this country, along with the FBI. With more money, we can arrest more of these people, make this country safer. This is a nonpartisan issue. Let's make this country safe again. So to the Democrats and the Republicans and the Independents, I don't care who you're from, pass the bill so we make this country safe, so we can stop the violence against ICE officers. Let's make this country safe again. And without that bill, it's going to be a hard road. We got a lot of people to look for, a lot of people to arrest, a lot of national security threats we know are in this country. We need to find them. We need more money to do that. We need more agents to do that. For God's sake, let's pass this bill and get this done.
He got so angry, he didn't even shake my hand or look at me. Just. But he's right. He's right. And we have no money for the border if we don't pass this bill. We have virtually nothing. And so we're going to get it done for you, Tom, and for all of the people that have worked with you. It's been amazing, the job you've done. And just in finishing, look, this is the largest tax cut in the history of our country. They want to give you, the Democrats want to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. They have things, whether it's border or economic development or no tax on tips and Social Security and no tax on overtime and all these different things. There are hundreds of things here. It's so good. And we're going to also cut costs. We're cutting $1.7 trillion in this bill, and you're not going to feel any of it. And your Medicaid is left alone. It's left the same. Your Medicare and your Social Security are strengthened. We're not cutting. The Democrats are going to destroy all 3 of them because it's not sustainable. They'll end up cutting your Medicare, Medicaid in half. So we're going to do a real job. It's so important. So if you can, call your senators, call your congressmen. We have to get the vote. I want to thank you. You have been unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. You have worked round the clock for months. And, you know, I shouldn't say this, but we don't want to have grandstanders where 1 or 2 people raise their vote. We don't know. And they do it to grandstand. That's all. Not good people. They know who I'm talking about. I call them out. But we don't need grandstanders. We have to get our country back and bring it back strong. And our country is going to be stronger, bigger, better than ever before. We're going to make it better than ever before. And that's despite the bad hand that we were dealt 6 months ago. We were dealt a really bad hand. We were dealt a sick hand. It's unbelievable. You know, when I came back yesterday, as you know, I made a big trip to a place where we had 28 countries represented, and we did something that's never been done. They've raised the number of money, the amount of money that they've been to $1 trillion a year, and that's for world safety. But they all asked me the same question. They said, how could you have allowed this to happen to your country? I said, I didn't do it. But they said, how could you allow people to pour in? They don't understand it. They all have borders. They have fences, they have walls, or they have just strong people standing there. You can't do it. And they said to me, you know, it's amazing that they allowed these things to happen. And it's amazing too. I agree. You know, as a business guy, I always like to understand where the other side's coming from. What do they want? What do they get? And, you know, you can make good deals based on understanding the other side. I never understood the other side in this case. Why would they allow people to pour into our country unchecked? You know, I can see people wanting people to come in, and you let them come in. You have a vetting process. You let good people. We're letting a lot of good people in, but they're coming in legally. But why would you allow people to come in that you can look at them and say, big trouble, big trouble? Why would you do it? It's nobody understands. And a lot of people say voting, but, you know, we've got to strengthen up our elections because the voting is crooked as hell. Got to strengthen it up. But it's not that. It's either they're stupid and they're not stupid, or they hate our country. But we love our country, and we're going to stop this madness, and we're going to get this bill approved. And all of the things that I've been talking about now for 2 years on the campaign trail, and we won, remember, we won every single swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won everything. We won every, it was a landslide. We won something that nobody talks about, districts. You have thousands of districts. We won 2,750 to 505. Think of that. That's why when you see a map, the whole map is red. That stands for Republican, by the way, because it stands for a lot of other things too, but it stands for Republican with a little piece of blue on each side. But that's why, think of that, 2,750 districts to 505 districts. That's what, this was a slaughter, but it gave us a mandate to do some great things. And I want to thank John Thune, and I want to thank the speaker, and I want to thank Marco and everybody here, they have been so incredible. Pam, you've been unbelievable as the Attorney General. We appreciate it. Not easy, not easy. And we're coming back faster than anybody ever thought possible. I told you what they said to me on just trips by very smart people. But we're going to make this, we're going to do this very quickly. It's happening a lot faster than even I thought possible. And we're going to be celebrating very quickly, and we're going to be celebrating for a long time because we're turning our country around. We're getting our country back, and we're ruling with common sense, you know, whether you're conservative or liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore. Progressive. I think it's a beautiful word too. That's why I call them liberal. It's too nice a word. I don't know how you can be progressive when you're turning the country backwards. But no matter what you are, it's all about common sense. And I think that's the way I've ruled. I do what's right. I want to have borders. I don't want to have transgender for anybody that happens to leave the house at a young age, the things they do. I don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That's got to be, you know, they say it's an 80-20. I think it's a 97-3 issue. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. There was a long distance race the other day, or at least reasonably recently, and they had a top man and they had top women, but it was a woman's race, and the man entered. He happened to be transitioned. Isn't that lovely? And he entered the race, and he beat the champion woman by 5 hours and 14 seconds. 5 hours, that's a lot. Think of it. You're waiting 5 hours for your beautiful daughter to come in. Come on, baby, let's go. You can do it. He won by 5 hours and 14 seconds. It is crazy, and it's so demeaning, and they don't want to change. I see it the other day. Guys like Schumer, our great Palestinian senator, this guy, no, he's changed. He used to like Jewish people. Now he's totally against Jewish people. It's the most incredible transformation I think I've ever seen. But who would allow this to happen? In other sports, the same thing. Try the weightlifting numbers someday. You want to see some big differences. In a million years, the women will never catch these numbers. It's not going to happen. And it's very demeaning to women. And I don't like it when it's demeaning to women. So we're turning the country around fast. We love you all. Thank you very much. And good luck. Thank you.
Yeah. Our president. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Speaking of who's your daddy, Remember what I said earlier about every single time there's got to be one person who's going to throw out there, excuse me, but you need to stop from going to your next appointment and answer my question. You know what I'm saying?
Original word that I use, I guess it got us in trouble because it's a strong word. It was obliteration.
Rubio says it's like we sank a dozen full court shots in a row.
Here's a fact. The conversion facility, which you can't do a nuclear weapon without a conversion facility. We can't even find where it used to be on the map. You can't even find where it used to be because the whole thing is just blackened out. It's gone.
It's wiped out.
It's wiped out. Then we dropped 12 of the strongest bombs on the planet right down the hole in 2 places. Everything underneath that mountain is in bad shape.
After Operation Midnight Hammer, we thought we'd have to be defending ourselves against the Iranian attacks. But instead, we're defending ourselves against CNN attacks.
The instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. All of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated.
We basically threw grenades into a rabbit hole, and CNN is saying there wasn't any damage because they can't see underground. Tulsi Gabbard says this: new intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed. If the Iranians chose to rebuild, it would likely take years to do. The CIA and the International Energy Agency both say we landed knockout strikes, and it would take the regime years to rebuild. And Israeli intelligence, who kind of have Iran wired, say bullseye. Now, if the bombs didn't work, don't you think Netanyahu would be on the phone with Trump begging the B-2s to circle back around? Israel already has spies combing through the rubble.
Israel's going to be telling us very soon because Bibi is going to have people involved in that whole situation. We hear it was obliteration. It was a virtual obliteration. When you take a look at the ground above, don't forget the flame is all underground. But everything above, if you look at the before and the after picture, everything above is burned black. The trees, everything. I believe it was total obliteration. I believe they didn't have a chance to get anything out because we acted fast.
You can tell there was a uranium fire inside the site because the top of the mountain changed color after the blasts. The same people who were saying the bunker busters didn't blow up are the ones who said Trump was a Russian agent. COVID didn't come from a lab, and Hunter's laptop was fake. But the reporter who keeps getting it wrong keeps getting promoted. See what CNN's business model is? When you're wrong, you get a raise. Trump says Natasha Bertrand should be fired and thrown out of the building like a dog. But even if Trump thinks you're a dog, he'll still answer your question.
Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of questions. Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not a nice person, but I'll let you ask one. Go ahead. What's he going to ask? He is not nice at all. I know him well.
Whichever traitor in the Pentagon leaked this half-baked, day-old, flimsy assessment based on a single satellite photo, Rubio's ready to smoke him out.
These leakers are professional stabbers. That's what they are. They go out and they read this stuff and then they tell you what it says against the law, but they characterize it for you in a way that's absolutely false. There's no way Iran comes to the table if somehow nothing had happened. This was complete and total obliteration. They're in bad shape.
Now Cash and Bongino have launched a mole hunt.
I am told by the FBI the leak already is being investigated, and it absolutely should be, because this was a top secret intelligence analysis that very few people in the United States government had access to see.
If you stab daddy in the back, you're getting more than a spanking. The punishment for treason? Death penalty. Now, you don't leak faulty intel during a war that undermines American military capabilities. Unlike the Supreme Court leaker, we better find this guy. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, Secretary Hegseth and top military brass are holding a press conference. Fox will have it live. The Ayatollah has been missing for a week. He went underground and hasn't been heard from since. The ceasefire is still holding, and Trump's teasing negotiations to lock in a truce. The question is, who's daddy going to negotiate with?
Who's daddy gonna? Oh, who's your daddy? That's what I said. Mr. Red Pills, put this up. This is a Joker Q Army. They think they slick. Dropping the charges cause without those tapes that Homeland Security confiscated, they really have nothing plus covering up for the ones who Diddy was having the real freak-offs with. We shall see more information to come out. Let's see. What do they say?
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Prosecutors have dropped attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, and aiding in sex trafficking charges in the Diddy case. They're now pushing for a clear jury instruction on the main sex trafficking and forced labor counts, calling them complex. So here you go right here. It says, basically, dear Judge Subramanian, the government respectfully writes regarding its requested edits to the court's proposed jury instructions. The government understands the court's desire for streamlined instructions. With that in mind, the government has suggested ways to streamline those instructions. Specifically, the government has removed instructions from the charge relating to 1, attempted kidnapping under both California and New York law, 2, attempted arson under California law, and 3, aiding and abetting sex trafficking. The government is no longer planning to proceed on these theories of liability, so instructions are no longer necessary. The government has also attempted to simplify the language relating to count 1. A personal, as explained in the government's comment bubbles, that the government hopes not only serves the purposes of streamlining the instructions, but also will avoid any confusion as to the operative agreement for count 1. Sex trafficking and forced labor instructions. While the government has taken seriously the court's desire for brevity, the government still strongly believes that certain limited additional instructions on sex trafficking and forced labor instructions, which are regularly given in sex trafficking and forced labor trials in this circuit, are necessary for the jury to adequately understand the law on these charges. Each of these instructions reflect established case law and are directly relevant to key issues in the case. Moreover, without such instructions, the government has serious concerns that the jury may misunderstand the applicable law for both charges, which are extremely complex legal concepts about which jurors may have preconceived, mistaken notions.
Changing the rules. Changing the rules. Who's your daddy?
In this time, give it to me easy. And let me try with pleasured hands to take you in this time to promised lands, to show you everyone.
Yeah. Arkansas update on ELP executive order. Arkansas continues to allow dangerous truck drivers to operate on Arkansas roadways, even after the president issues a clear, effective order to put trucks out of service found to be in violation. No enforcement at all. Who's running the show in Arkansas? Whose interests do they represent? 3 Arkansas way stations in Memphis. 2 with no enforcement, 1 closed up. Yep. They got trucks going in and out. Yep. So, let's see. And then we got this. Remember yesterday we were talking about hot summer? It's, well, here.
Quick video time. You know you missed it. I am here to present it. Q4564. It's going to be a very hot summer. July 2nd, 2020. Yesterday, Donald Trump, what's he talking about? Posts it right, giving us a little wink and a nod for the number 17. To my friends in the Senate, lock yourself in a room if you must. Don't go home. Get the deal done this week. Senate today posts at 3:10 talking about great Palestine senator crying Chuck Schumer. Basically, at the same time he posts that, Chuck Schumer is taken to the hospital for struggles with the heat wave. It's going to be a hot summer. Cute. We'll see you 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Absolute storm out.
There you go. Yep. All right. And then this guy.
So I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm beginning to wish I did. Because in the last 5 or so days, he bombed Iran, destroyed their nuclear capabilities, brokered a peace deal, and said fuck on CNN.
I'm telling you.
So I didn't
People are
vote for
taking
Trump,
it.
but I'm
People
beginning
are
to
taking
wish.
it. People are taking it. Yeah. Bronx girl. Remember yesterday I showed you that she was not from the Bronx. All right. Well, New York leftist Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez loves to present herself as someone who grew up in the hood, a person who knows the streets, is tough, and faced a hard life. None of that is true. She grew up in an affluent area, went to Boston University, where the tuition is currently more than $60,000 a year, and interned at the office of the late Senator Ted Kennedy. The Gateway Pundit ran an exclusive report about this back in 2019, exposing AOC's true past, as she was known as Sandy. During one of her recent and stupid quips on Twitter X, she called herself a Bronx girl. That's pure fantasy. And Republican New York Assemblyman Matt Slater just exposed her for the fraud she is. Yep, GOP Assemblyman calls out AOC suburban roots with yearbook proof after Trump spat. Yep. A New York state lawmaker called out Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat from New York, over her upbringing after she referred to herself as a tough Bronx girl during an internet spat in which she traded jabs with President Donald Trump. State Assemblyman Matt Slater, a Republican, called out the progressive firebrand who represents portions of the Bronx and Queens, and shared an image of her during her freshman year in suburban Yorktown High School, almost an hour north of the Bronx. If you're a BX girl, then why are you in my Yorktown yearbook? Give it up already, Slater tweeted. Slater's move came after Ocasio-Cortez got into a social media spat with Trump after she called for his impeachment for ordering strikes over the weekend that targeted Iranian nuclear sites. In a lengthy post on Truth Social, Trump criticized the congresswoman, calling her stupid and one of the dumbest people in Congress. And this is the picture, by the way, just so everybody knows. Let's see. Here she is in school. All right. Oops. Go back to that. I think I screwed up there. No, I messed up. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. All right, so AOC is not only an idiot, she is completely useless. Since being elected, she has done absolutely nothing for the people that she is supposed to represent. And there were a lot of comments left on that article. There was. Okay, let's keep, let's see. Let's keep moving along here. Let's hit Linda McMahon.
Well, I can announce, today, Ainsley, that the Department of Education has found that the state of California, the Department of Education, and their interscholastic sports federation is in violation of Title IX. We are giving them 10 days to remedy that situation. We have remedy for them, but if they do not comply within 10 days, then we will refer this to the Department of Justice.
Yeah. So, which will stop all federal funding for schools in the state of California. All right. So while New Yorkers protest Trump, Iranians praise him. Yeah, let's take a listen.
Here's why. A little research, just a little effort could save people the embarrassment.
People in New York right now are protesting Trump's actions. At the same time, the people of Iran are cheering him on.
And there it is, folks. The Iranians are actually praising Donald Trump in a peaceful protest, something we don't have here, for liberating them from their tyrannical regime. And then here in America, where it's truly free, we have people so free that they actually believe they're in chains and bondage and will do whatever it is that they're told to do, because it's not even their agenda. They will follow blindly. They won't even have a free thought. And didn't bother to check at all. Didn't bother to hit a Google search. Didn't bother to do anything to find out whether or not what they're protesting actually represents the individuals and their desires that they're trying to represent. In this case, the answer is a hell no. In most cases, it's hell no. Little effort, little keyboard clicking, little mouse clicking, and you would have seen that it's not the best look. So I'll leave it with this little saying we have here in the South, and it ain't a good one. Bless their heart.
Yeah, just a little bit of research. All right, so I got a question. What is this guy got in his closet that he's afraid to come out? Because I'm telling you, this guy, before this is over, this guy right here is shaking.
After it was shot down by the judge, did you participate in shopping the matter to other offices so that the effort to seize or freeze the GGRF funds could be pursued despite the U.S. Attorney's failure?
Senator, I'd refer you to my previous answer. I'm able to confirm I participated in this matter. Based on public reporting, I am aware that there are certainly other districts with grantees who receive funds from these programs, where under the law that applies to venue, it would be appropriate for similar investigations to take place.
Did you contact them?
I refer you to my prior answer, Senator.
Did you let them know that the effort by Interim U.S. Attorney Martin had been shot down?
I apologize, Senator. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I must refer you to my prior answer.
Senator Kennedy? Just, if I may, yes, Chairman.
Proceed. This is not further questioning. I know my time is expired. Do you see my point now?
We have an individual here who is here seeking confirmation to one of the highest judicial offices in the land. I'm asking quite legitimate questions about potential misconduct in office. Some of it has nothing to do with the substance of pleadings, but has to do with administrative matters like seeking the removal of a criminal career chief prosecutor. Some of it has to do with administrative matters like case assignment. And the fact that I can't get anything resembling a straight answer in the circumstances that we're in right now, I think signals a really bad moment for this committee, and I hope we can reconsider.
I would be glad to discuss that with you.
Can we get him back then once the rules are clear?
Senator.
Interesting. Shaking like a leaf is right. Yep. What's in his closet that he is so worried about coming out? All right. And then in yesterday's hearing, Pam Bondi.
What are we doing to stop American weapons going to Mexico to arm their gangs?
Well, we need to support that on both sides.
Well, what are you
in
doing?
and out of the
What are you
country.
doing to support it on our side?
We are arresting people who have illegal firearms in our country. We're not sending people back to Mexico with guns. We're throwing them in our jails and
No,
prosecuting them.
you're allowing them to be purchased in the United States and driven across the border. Most of these gangs have completely can turn themselves into military organizations because they're using American weapons, American technology, and your argument is that, well, we're not doing anything about them.
No, not my argument. That was a policy of the last 4 years of the Biden administration with open borders. You could come back and forth across our borders. You could buy guns. You could take guns off the street. You could shoot people in our country. You could bring fentanyl into our country. You could bring methamphetamine into our country. You could bring cocaine into our country. That was the previous administration.
No.
Not this.
What are you doing to stop the flow of weapons into Mexico?
We are arresting flow of weapons into. Our borders are closed. We are arresting illegal cartels. Sinaloa from Mexico, MS-13 from El Salvador, TDA. We are arresting from Venezuela. ATF has seized over 14,600 guns since Donald Trump has been president. That's a 33% increase from the last administration. And think about that. That's like our border security.
Were they coming in?
So they weren't doing anything.
Were they coming into the United States?
Our borders are closed. They're not coming in or out of the United States now across Mexico. We've done a 33% increase in firearm seizures. So think about that. Think about that, Senator, from the last administration. 33% increase. And our borders are closed. So we're getting all these guns off the streets that came into our country. And I'm so proud of the work of the men and women in law enforcement.
I don't think you've done anything to severely interrupt the arming of Mexican gangs, because that's really not what your focus, and I think your focus should be on that. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And can I just add one thing? And
no,
because the borders are closed, the borders are closed, we are stopping the guns from going to Mexico.
Well,
yeah, Mr. Reed, you turned the microphone back over to the chairman, and she responded more. Because she can. You gave up your right to speak on the microphone when you handed it back off to the chairman, so you didn't get to further your comments. And nobody cares about your comments, Mr. Reed, because you're pretty paid off. Yeah. All right. Carly Bonet says, oh my. He says, I didn't call him daddy. Yes, you did.
The daddy thing, I didn't call him daddy. What I said is that sometimes in Europe, I hear sometimes countries saying, hey, Mark, will the US stay with us? And I said, that sounds a little bit like a small child asking his daddy, hey, are you still staying with the family? So in that sense, I use daddy, not that I was calling President Trump daddy.
You were calling him daddy. Yeah.
The daddy thing.
Capitulation of a new type. Yeah. Central casting. So this is outside the ICE facility in Portland last night. Andy, put this.
What the fuck you gonna tase him for? Oh my god! Are you fucking serious? Oh my god! 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 Holy fuck! What the fuck you just kicked her? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh, the drama. Yeah. So this trans Antifa member brandished a weapon at the ICE facility in Portland, Oregon. Then he fucked around and found out. Yeah, that's what happened. Yep. All right. We were talking about Operation Dragon Eye yesterday. Here's a little bit more on that.
60 missing children found in Florida, y'all, but that's just part of the story. The thought of one child missing kills me. Now 60 kids missing, alone and scared, and then suddenly found in Florida. I was one of those kids, except it happened to me in New York City. That's a story for another time. This Florida story goes a lot deeper than you think. Just this month, June 2025, something incredible yet heartbreaking happened. The U.S. Marshals had 20 agencies backing them up as they launched the Operation Dragon Eye. Now, for those of you wondering what the Dragon Eye operation is, the Operation Dragon Eye is a mission to find critically vulnerable missing children and possibly bring them back home safely. This operation found 60 children in just 2 weeks, ages 9 to 17 years old. Y'all, this was a literal nightmare. These people were being trafficked. They were impregnated, were fighting for their lives in complete silence. Sad part is that these kids were found in homes like yours and mine. They were being trafficked by people that look like you and me. You would literally walk past these people in the street and not know that they have a kid in their house. Like myself, I was in that same situation. But again, a story for another time. Thank God that the U.S. Marshals put that operation together, and thank God for the agencies that assisted in making that mission successful. The operation not only found them, but they also saved them. They got them the proper medical care that they needed, the proper counseling that they needed, and now the proper healing, hopefully. But here's the part that a lot of people don't know. This is not the first time we faced a crisis like this. In 2022 and in 2023, over in West Texas, a similar mission called Operations Lost Souls rescued 70 children. Some was as young as 10 years old as well and being trafficked and abused. From El Paso to Midland and beyond, agents, police, and community workers risk everything to bring those kids home. Unfortunately, a lot of these kids were runaways and they were trying to get away from the pain that they were having at home and ran into darker hands. And this is not just news. These are real kids with real futures, real hopes, real dreams. And a lot of them are still out there right now. Now, this was Florida and Texas showing us the ugly truth. But this happens everywhere. I'm sharing this story because it hit home. I was once a missing and exploited child in Brooklyn, New York. If you want to hear my story, drop it in the comment section. I'm ready to tell it when you're ready to listen. And if this story touched you, drop a candle in the comment section for every child that's still out there missing. Make sure you share this video to spread awareness on this ongoing situation. I'm happy they were found, but no child should have to be found like this. You were just watching True Crime Storytime with Jay Rivera, the creator. Make sure you follow, like, leave a candle in the comment section, and repost this video.
Yep. I told you. I've been telling you for going on 8 years, 9 years. Somewhere around there. I don't even know how long it's been now. After being a victim, you have two paths to follow. One, you become a predator, like those who harmed you. Or two, you become a warrior for the rest of them. I show you these stories not because they're unreal, but because of the reality of the situation and the success of law enforcement in bringing some of them to a conclusion. But more has to be done yet. This girl is a warrior. A warrior.
60 missing children found in Florida, y'all, but they
have tried to explain this to anyone. And they have just been reluctant to gain any comprehension about child trafficking. Give them that link. Say, see for yourself. Hear a victim who became a warrior. And then guess what? Then they themselves stop being a victim of propaganda, the victim of falsehoods that come from the media in order to gaslight all these situations. Become a warrior. Become a warrior. Most of you are already in the army of God. We just added another battlefield. That's all. Another battlefield. You know? So, lots of things going on in New York City. Zoran Kwame Mamdani says, we don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and major threat to public safety. We do need is to defund the NYPD, but your deal with New York City mayor uses budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible on the beat. No to fake cuts to fund the police. This guy who's running for office, well, he deleted that post, but the internet's forever. Internet's forever. Okay. It's forever. People know what you say. Somebody should have taught him about, the time machine. Somebody should have told him. The Wayback Machine. Somebody should have told him. That's right. Because you can't take it back now. It's too late. So, not only that, but let's go into it a little bit deeper. Tony Sirigu put this out. GPS puts Zoran Mamdani at Barack Hussein Obama's the second's war room twice in 6 weeks. Also present were leaders from the Muslim Brotherhood and what certainly appears to be two Iranian MOIS operatives, very likely IRGC. Okay, that's the Red Guard, Unit 840. Both are physically linked to the Majid Farhani, having met Farhani in Venezuela in June of 2024. With the timing, they very likely were discussing the assassination of President Trump. These were the same operatives who were regularly in the company of fake federal agents, with every agency from the Department of Homeland Security to the U.S. Marshals, Arian Terhar, and him, Ali, we'll just call him Ali. One was a Pakistani intelligence agent, while the other was Iranian. See the first comment below. It's unfortunate most Americans do not fully understand just how evil Barack Hussein Obama II is. Obama is 100% a terrorist. Okay. Obama's war room is located at 2446 Belmont Road, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20008. And just a short 4-minute stroll away from the Islamic Center of Washington, D.C. Do you really believe that that was just a coincidence? Seriously? If there were any legit journalists, they'd be reporting all of the comings and goings at Michelle's war room since Thursday. Anyone that doesn't admit Barack is in charge is either ignorant or lying. I said previously, Barack Obama is the most powerful man in the Democratic Party. Period. End of story. He is a radical Islamic and the actual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood. Yeah. What have you done, New York City? India tried warning you. You just handed the Democrat mayoral nomination to a communist Muslim radical, and no one said a word. In 2020, Zohar Mamdani told New Yorkers exactly the kind of mayor he planned to be. He posted a photo of a 21-year-old communist mayor in India who leads Marxist youth enforcers and held her up as a model for New York City. That wasn't a joke. It was a blueprint. Arya was installed by the Communist Party of India, Marxist, a party that praises China, Cuba, and North Korea, pushes violent class warfare and government seizure of property, uses red volunteers to intimidate and control civilians. Mamdani was saying loud and clear, this is the kind of leadership New York City needs, and I will be it. And now he's one election away from making it real. The media, the Democrats, even the GOP, silent. No pushback, no outrage. They let the communist jihad rise unchecked in America's largest city. What can I say? What can I say? What can I say? You know? So Trump sues all 15 federal judges in Maryland over their unlawful practice of using automatic injunctions to stop deportations of criminal aliens. That hearing will be up in a couple of days. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Jasmine Crockett.
Representative Jasmine Crockett decides to drop out of the race to become the top Democrat in regards to the House Oversight Committee to see whether or not former President Joe Biden actually had mental decline and whether there was a cover-up or not. Now, of course, the Republicans, they are trying to kick that off. Now, she dropped out because her own party, the Democrats, did not vote for her. In fact, she came in last place in regards to 2 elections within the House. So the moral of the story is when you act like a clown, you get treated like a clown, and nobody is going to let the clown run anything. The only thing the clown is going to be able to do is run around and honk their red nose and entertain people.
Mm-hmm. Time to take off them fake nails and that weave and get down to work. Yep. So the rest of this is, this happened in Alabama yesterday. And I meant to ask, Auntie Well about this when I talked to her this morning. I forgot all about it. New enhanced radar scan shows the moment of impact and it's screaming something's wrong. What if what hit Alabama isn't a directed energy weapon, a engineering satellite-based climate manipulation, high-frequency microwave bursts, DARPA experiments gone wrong, black budget tech testing, birds with RFID chips, HARP, 5G weather control, a nuclear strike from Iran, an underground bunker explosion, chemtrail activation, a portal opening, an alien mothership taking off, Russian hackers, then what the hell was it? Because one thing's for certain, this is not normal. Something's off and you can feel it. And here we go. It's a short clip. I wasn't kidding. It's a short clip. Look at how widespread of an area the effect is. That goes all the way over into Macon, towards Macon, Georgia. Okay, South Fulton, Atlanta. Okay, as high up as Decatur, Alabama, Tupelo, Mississippi, Starksville, Meriden, Troy, Columbus. Actually, and from the cast-offs, you can see him as far over above Americus. Just saying. Did anybody in Alabama feel anything yesterday? And this would have been about, hold on, let me see what time he posted this. Does it say what time he posted it? 9:39 p.m. So if we're going by my time, Alabama is what, 2 hours? Is it 2 hours or 3 hours behind me or ahead of me? So 6:39 or 7:39 last night. Anybody? You know, just saying. You know, yeah, crazy, weird stuff. Yep. And then
already taken the action to brief even the Gang of Eight. This is a smaller group of senior leadership in the Congress about what the intelligence says, I think is pretty extraordinary.
Well, they did call Schumer, and I know they talked to him, and they tried to call Jeffries, who apparently didn't pick up the phone. So I know some calls were made. Look, one of the ways to keep things from leaking is to not tell a bunch of people who leak. And so, I'm sensitive to this.
The Gang of Eight.
This is a pretty sensitive operation. There was a lot of misdirection. There was a lot of stuff going on.
Is a close hold.
I know, and they called they called Schumer and they tried to call Jeffries and they told the Republicans. And look, we're not going to debate this in an open committee hearing when we're on a tight time window. You got bombers going one way, bombers going another way. I mean, this thing had to be held airtight. And that's what they did, and it worked perfectly.
And what do we get out of these conflicts? I mean, that's the bigger question. Is like,
one
what's
thing
the
is that
end
Iran
result?
doesn't have a nuclear weapon. That's the one thing we got.
Do we know that? That's the big question
looks
tonight.
Pretty good to me.
Well, I'm glad
probably
you're
never
the
had
one
one.
with the champagne.
The first time we've ever actually gone this far. In the past, I think they thought, well, Americans aren't strong enough or bold enough to actually come in here and do something about it. We'll talk. They'll send us pallets of cash, whatever. In this case, we sent Operation Midnight Hammer. It's the first time we've gone that far, so maybe it will prove to be a deterrent for the future.
You can't bomb you.
Yeah. And this lady right here is the reason why our big, beautiful bill is still in Senate parliamentarian. And she's trying to stop a lot of things that are in that. But I think we're going to get around that. GPQ put this one out. The Voice of America. Wow, wow, wow. Looks like we found where the disclosure will be during 10 days of revelations. What a masterstroke. Voice of America. voanews.com. Let me open it up. And I believe that it is free, 100% free. If I'm not mistaken, it is 100% free and taxpayer funded. So they don't need any money. And that is going to be, but check this out. See, please share the world, follow Awakening News, Secret Escape. No, that's Trump is now in the state channel that So that is coming. And as I showed you, there's probably stuff about here. So broadcast programs. Let's see if there's something on here. It says documentary that connects you with the global community through human interest. Okay, border crossings, the inside story. So I would presume that this is going to seriously start populating as more and more information comes out. More and more people are coming here for news. So voanews.com. Let me that was not what I wanted. I wanted this. That's what I wanted. Copy, paste, and there you go. There's the link for that. And they have it in multiple language. So if you can read another language, then good for you. All right, good for you. All right, let's go ahead and keep moving along. Humanity held hostage by the New World Order. A DARPA agent casually describes how they use high-tech, untraceable methods to maim and murder people. Here we go.
Technology to be able to escort certain drugs across the proliferant barrier, which is the blood-brain barrier and cerebrospinal fluid barrier. So I get these things where they got to go. But I can also utilize nanoparticulate matter in a very indiscriminate way. The idea here is that I can get something called high CNS aggregation material that is essentially invisible to the naked eye and even to most scanners because it is so small that it selectively goes through most levels of filtered porosity. These are then inhaled either through the nasal mucosa or absorbed through the oral mucosa. They have high CNS affinity. they clump in the brain or in the vasculature, and they create essentially what looks like a hemorrhagic diathesis, in other words, a hemorrhage predisposition or a clot predisposition in the brain. What I've done is I've created a stroking agent.
What Agent Smith has done here is talk about deploying invisible weapons, silent weapons to cause strokes. And what you'll discover soon is heart attacks. They're attacking the hearts and minds of the American people and of dissidents. They're releasing all sorts of nanotoxins to make people sick. Invisible weapons. This is what they specialize in. And not only are they using chemicals and biologicals, but also energy weapons. You're about to discover how deep this rabbit hole goes, but it's beyond insanity. It's beyond Dr. Evil.
We can also utilize these interventional technologies in those ways that may able to directly affect the brain. Probably the one that you've heard about most recently, most contemporaneously in the literature, is the possibility to use some form of directed energy to affect physiology peripherally and also to affect the physiology and health of the brain. Really, one of the things we can also do is transcranial neuromodulation, the idea of going through the skull to modulate the node and network activity of the brain, to optimize the performance of key individuals in certain tasks and performances that are relative to their missional space. And we can also do that against hostile or perhaps belligerent.
Yeah. Right on, Angel Rose. Good luck on your move. Yeah, so this guy, yeah, he's something else, right? Yeah. I like the way this girl does the news.
Y'all got a minute? I got some gossip. Come on in, close the door. Jasmine Crockett, you thought them folks like you? No, baby, they pushed you up to be their mouthpiece, honey. They needed somebody who would sit there and disrespect and dishonor the office of the president of the United States because they didn't have the balls to do it. So they pushed you up there and you fell for a hook, line, and sinker. And then you actually turned around and thought them folks like you and wanted you to represent them. And you've shown that you have no decorum, no honor, no respect. They didn't want you representing them, baby. They just pushed you up to do the shit that they were scared to do, and you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And now you sitting up there licking your wounds, trying to figure out why your ego is so deflated. No, baby, they used you. And then she's angry because, you know, the president could have called me. No, ma'am. You're finding out you're not as important as you thought you were. Take some of the air out your chest, okay? Go chill out, rebrand, and come back as who you really are. A private school educated girl from suburbia. All right. The lashes and lace front crew, they pushed your head up and they made a fool out you, baby. That behavior. You think if I got a congressional seat, I'll be in there with AAVE and Ebonics, or do you think I would have some decorum? Because there's a time and place for everything. Anyway, listen. Speaking of not sticking to what's right and sticking to your guns and not standing on business, did you know that Simone Biles lost $22 million endorsement with New Balance because she was pushing for men to be in women's sports and she attacked Riley Gaines? Yeah, she lost that. You have to stand up for what's right, baby. Even if it gets hard, you got to stand up for what's right. Because standing up for what's wrong, it's going to bite you in the ass every time. And this time you got an expensive bug bite, a $22 million bite, because you put your foot in your mouth. And I hope you ain't have on your New Balances when you did it, baby, because they done snatched that shit right off your foot. Lily Tino. Child, they say Lily Tino might be facing fines and jail time for going to that bathroom in Florida and taking pictures. As he should, though. As he should. I got a couch that's big enough for 3. Lily Tino, Simone Biles, and Jasmine Crockett, come sit y'all ass down and get y'all shit together. And last but not least, quit trying to pit me against Candace Owens. I like Candace. Even if I don't agree with some of the stuff she's saying, I don't want to counsel her. I'm not the Candace 2.0 or the new Candace or Candace replacement. My name is Key. Okay? And trying to counsel her, y'all acting just like the left that y'all talk about so badly. They just want to cancel people because they don't agree. It's okay to not agree. You can say, hey, I don't agree, but, you know, that girl tripping right now, but she good. I don't agree with this, though. It's okay to do that. So no, there's no Candace 2.0. My name is Key. Her name is Candace. We each have our own platform. I love her, and I hope all the success continues for her. Oh yeah, and Papa's happy. Everybody acting like they got some sense, and the people of Iran are shouting and celebrating Donald Trump and saying thank you. The only people that disrespect him are the people of this country, and that is so crazy because he's trying to protect and look out for us. And half of the, I'm gonna say about 40% of the country wakes up and don't even know if they ass work yet and dog out the president. I just don't get it. But anyway, okay, now that's it in a nutshell. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.
I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Sounds like a Jeremy the Jester exit. Bye. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see.
If you ban the export of liquid natural gas, which is going to cause the commodity price to go up, would that supply shock not also cause inflation?
Potentially could.
Yeah. So, and now the ranking member loves to talk about billionaire corporations, that are going to get away with paying taxes, right? Who pays corporate taxes? Like, who pays it? Is it like some obscure Wizard of Oz character behind the curtain that is a corporate entity that pays taxes? Who pays taxes?
I mean, ultimately, it's shareholders and customers.
So it'd be, I'm going to read you a line. You tell me this is accurate. On taxes, it's not possible to know in advance precisely how the cost will be shared for taxes. I added
Correct.
that.
I would
But it is highly likely that consumers will pay a meaningful share. Meaning if the ranking member has her way, let's just tax corporations at 100%. Why not? Be fantastic, right? Oh, nobody would want to start a company, but that aside, that cost would be added to consumer products, correct?
A tax or a tariff? What are you talking about now?
If the income tax for American corporations goes up, they will share that tax burden with their consumers. True or false?
Ultimately.
Yeah. So then taxes do raise inflation, but you don't comment on it.
I mean, they haven't.
And you don't, but you don't.
Not true.
I got
empirically, it's not true.
The chairman's going to beat me up in 56 seconds. So, but you sent me a very nice letter, which I appreciate. And it says the Federal Reserve plays no role in commenting on trade policy. So you don't comment on supply shocks. You don't comment on tax policy, which clearly affects inflation. You don't comment on demand pull. You just said now that we should forgive student debt. Why is a person that goes to Harvard, that gets a gender studies major, pays Harvard obscene amounts of money because professors are grossly overpaid there? Is that person better than a working class Ohioan that is a plumber but can't afford a car because interest rates are too high and car prices have gone up? Why don't we forgive that person's car loan instead of forgiving their student loan? But you don't comment on that. You comment on tariffs. So I'm going to just show you.
I don't comment on tariffs at all, actually. I comment on
only
inflation.
commented on tariffs.
I'm only commenting on the wisdom of tariffs.
The chairman's over there in the conversations. I'm going to show you a chart here. This is car prices.
I'm paying attention, however.
This is car prices since this year. Car prices are down. Car prices are down. Inflation in America is down. We got elected by millions of voters. You got elected by one person. He doesn't want you to be in that job. And you are costing this government $400 billion a year by refusing to lower interest rates. Nobody in this chamber has that kind of power to have a $400 billion impact on this economy, on our deficit.
Yep. The Fed got to go bye-bye. 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 Get out of our country. Get out. Get out. Get out. All right. So I've been going for like 5.5 hours. I think that's enough for today. Yeah, I think so. I do. Yeah, 5.5 hours. That's a lot of time. Yeah. How about that? What a day, right? Yeah. Final safety meeting before I go. Well, shared safety meeting because I'll continue to have safety meetings throughout the day. Yeah. That was a good one. Okay. Our Creator loves you with everything He's got. Everything He's created is in your hands every single day. His Son sacrificed everything so you get to spend time with the Father. And me, I just love you. That's it. Peace.